Good morning. My name is Patty Clapper. I'm a member of the Board of County Commissioners. Today is Tuesday, September the 8th, 2020. And today we have a BOCC regular meeting. Starting off this morning at 9:30, we will be continuing our discussion on the ASC Vision Committee final decision-making process. And I'm going to we have Kelly McNicholas coming into us Zoomed. We have Greg Postman, George Newman, Steve Child, Rich Engelhardt, and myself, and John Peacock. So I will turn the meeting over to the chairman of the board, Steve Child, to take it from here. It's all yours, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. And I noticed that nobody has a mask on this morning. We are all social distancing at great distances. It actually makes it easier for us to talk to each other, I think, without our voices being muffled so much. So we have made a lot of progress. We still have a long way to go on the ASC Vision Committee recommendations. So John and Rich, I don't know which one of you is going to be the one to carry the weight on this.
Well, now that I know there's a choice, Steve, I might have Rich do it, but I think the game plan was for me to lead off. Thank you. The board has been working through the recommendations of the Vision Committee. There were over 70 specific recommendations that we've been working through, and so we've been working our way through those that there was more or easier agreement on to those where there are more questions. So today we're going to pick up where we left off last week. In the presentation, I'm going to share my screen here in a second. I will say for some of the discussion today, particularly when we get to the number of gates, I think we're going to have to take a step back to our goals, particularly the growth goal, the 0.8%, which was one that we had left on the table for more information and conversation. I think those two are particularly very related. And so as we go through today, we are going to bring you back to some previous questions and provide some additional information as context for the board to have that conversation around gates, because I don't think you can have that conversation if you haven't reached agreement on what that goal is for the board. And so as we go through this, that will take a little bit of a time, but it's important to go back and do. However, there's a few more to go through before we get to that point. So I'm going to try and share my screen. Give me just a sec here. Are you able to see my screen now? Yeah? Okay. Okay, so we are to improving airline reliability. To the first two bullet points, all board members initially agreed with, which is working with the FAA to institute a reservation system for commercial and GA operations during peak periods. Specifically targeted at protecting airline schedules. The second was to, if a reservation system either isn't sufficient and or cannot be negotiated or worked through with the FAA, is to look at a peak period or almost a congestion pricing model, particularly around general aviation, again, as a tool to preserve, preserve the commercial service. And so start off to see if there's still general agreement with those or questions. I will provide just a little bit of the county did have what was called a slot system or a reservation system, and it actually was not run by the county. It was run by air traffic control through the tower. That was, I believe it was 2011, the FAA stepped away from that process because of logistical challenges. With airplanes able to reserve multiple slots and that sort of thing. So there are some challenges with these programs that will take some work.
Hey, Greg, and then Kelly.
Yeah, I think let's start at the top. Just it's good to know that this has happened before, and that there was some sort of reservation system. I've always been under the impression that that's just it's a great aspirational goal, but is it real? So my question is there a precedent for this, and how can we go about doing this? This is really important stuff. So it's a wonderful goal. It's great to have it in the vision. I just want to make sure this is something we should devote some energy to doing. Is it, so if there's a precedent for it and we can figure out how to get to what other airports are doing, I think that's great. And that would apply for both A, B, and then C is a little hard to understand. Request BOCC seek further actions that other airports may have implemented, and there's a period there or a comma, or work with FAA to enhance safety by increasing the separation between aircraft. This is all noble and good goals. If we can do this, this would be great. So what's the precedent and what's the likelihood that we can make something like this happen before we pull the trigger?
Yeah, so Greg, on the third bullet point, I was parking lotting that one. Just if you don't mind, just for a sec, I'll talk about that one. In terms of the first two bullet points, the reservation system, there is some precedence for. The precedence both is for implementation and also concern about the FAA's willingness to implement a program like that. The peak period pricing is an alternative to that, to encourage GA traffic to spread out to less busy times by having a price differential on landing times. And so it's like a peak period or congestion pricing, so that at peak operating times or when there's peak demand, you would have a higher landing fee than at lower times to incentivize that spreading out. And so between those two, we think that there is a viable option. The Vision Committee certainly favored a reservation system if we could get that first, because that is, I think, more transparent and more clear how it would work. And if that wasn't to work, then to consider the peak period pricing, which we believe is something that we could do more within our own authority. Whoops, I think you're muted, Greg.
This is an and/or situation with these two options.
Exactly, right. Yeah.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Kelly.
Thank you. Greg anticipated my question, so I'll just ask for a little bit more detail about it. Are these, or I guess it's a reservation system, would we treat it similarly to how the curfew is treated, in that it's something we would adopt in the code and be able to, include penalties for if people made reservations that they didn't keep, or, consumed slots that they never intended to use, or anything like that? And then, do you have some examples of airports that are using these two programs?
Yeah, so Kelly, to the first question, we had not anticipated necessarily putting it in the code. That's something that I think we'd have to research, whether we have the authority. Typically, these have been implemented through air traffic control. I will say that the FAA has been getting away from across-the-board reservation systems, but they do them during particularly congested periods of time at larger airports or around special events like the Super Bowl or that sort of thing. So it's not completely unprecedented, and I don't have specific examples for you now, but we can probably get a inventory of those to look at. As far as the peak period GA pricing, I think there's 1 or 2 airports that were brought up that were doing that. That is a fairly novel approach to doing this, but one, as we were talking to legal counsel, that they felt was an option that could be pursued.
Steve, I have a question.
Okay, Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I know we tried the reservation system, and I know one of the key points of failure was the fact people were reserving blocks, and it was hard to track either tail numbers, or they were doing it under different LLCs or different owners' names or fractional names, and it was difficult to track. I think the problem we have in this community as far as peak period pricing, they'll pay. They will pay and come in. They will pay if you find them for because they do. And so I think we'd have to really think about what that increased pricing program may mean, and because we just have an issue with people, one person flying in on a big jet, and they'll pay to land here no matter what the cost is, and they'll book even if we were to find them. They don't care. So I'm not sure how well that'll work, but I do think it's something we need to get more information on to see if in the time frames, because it's been almost 10 years since we were using a system, the slot system, so maybe things have changed out there in the real world, and we can see what improvements or what changes have been brought about that makes the programs work better.
And Patty, thanks for bringing that up, because I do know there's other systems now being tested which aren't necessarily so much a reservation system, but an airspace management system that allows the planes not to get congested or gridlocked by managing kind of speeds and arrival times based on where they're at in the air. I know the FAA has been working with some options there. So there could be a third rail that develops that helps manage this issue as we explore it.
Great, thanks, John.
And John, that I was going to suggest something very similar to that. If we consider that the scheduled commercial airlines landing time, that's a reservation system to me. They already have that time reserved. When they are getting within starting to do their long range approach into the airport, it's sort of like a raft bus being in the bus only lane. They get priority. They get to go to basically to the front of the line to do their landing. The GA that might be in the vicinity wanting to land would be put into a holding pattern if for any reason. I mean, they always have the option. They could land in Rifle or somewhere else if nearby if they have an issue. If a commercial plane is put in a holding pattern and runs low on fuel, one plane had to go to the Steamboat Springs Hayden Airport to refuel because they ran low on fuel, and they have a lot fewer options. They're carrying a plane load of passengers who, paid passengers, and they get bumped because of a whole lot of general aviation planes in line in front of them with only a few people on them. That's what we're trying to avoid. So I liked your idea of the air management, or the planes in the air just managing where they are, who gets to land first, where they are put into their holding patterns, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, and that would, honestly, that would probably have to be a national program. At the end of the day, that's bigger than just our airport. But I do think those types of systems may be emerging as we have these discussions. So, Steve, it looks like
Quickly, just wondering something to think about. If there is a peak period or congestion pricing program, how the price is set. There are many ways to do that. We could have fixed prices, but it might make more sense to have an auction, quite honestly, an exchange where if you want to land your massive jet here, you've got to go against everyone else who wants to do the same. Just the thought that there might be a market, and then of course there'd have to be controls, and understanding where the money goes. But that may be one way to at least regulate it. If it's maybe that's a free market.
And Greg, I think your point's well taken that if the system isn't dynamic in some fashion and responding to that supply demand, we don't know exactly what that looks like. Now, we again wanted to make sure before we put a lot of effort into these things that they were supported by the board as well as the community. But I think your point's well taken that if it's not dynamic in some fashion, it's probably not going to be very effective.
Well said, and more succinctly.
I've been reading your Shakespeare quotes. Okay, so on the first two bullet points, I guess, I don't know if we're ready for a thumbs up, sideways, or down on these, or if we want more discussion.
So yeah, let's do thumbs up if no other hands are going up.
Yeah,
and my thumb is just a cue. My thumb doesn't count, so for the public. All right, so on the third bullet point that you were referring to, Greg, I think really what that is, there was some question, this is regarding the head-to-head operations as to whether, again, increasing the spacing between aircraft would enhance safety. The consequence would be reduced flow rate. The FAA is always trying to manage, I think, two things, at least air traffic control in this order. First is always safety, and then the second is always capacity. So they're trying to make sure that they're meeting high safety standards while maximizing capacity at the airport. And so this is really, this wasn't so much a specific recommendation as it was a request that we do more research to see, and there are not many airports with these head-to-head operations, but just to see if there's any consistency or other practices that we should be looking at here. So it's more an ask to do some more research around it and make decisions based on that than it is a specific recommendation, but it's really geared at that kind of spacing question and RAP procedure again. But this is really about doing more research. This is a complicated issue. It's really about air traffic control and understanding if the practices are consistent among similarly situated airports, if there are any.
So Steve?
Yeah, Patty?
Yeah, John, I do think we need to look into it, but I think we need to be very careful. I don't want to see a change to reduce the head-to-head, bringing people in over town to land and take off over Shell Bluffs. That's a possibility. They could say, well, we'll just fly them in over town and land them this way, and then they're all landing and taking off in the same direction. I I would be concerned about that, because that would be shifting the flight path of real, regular, continuous use right over town, and I don't think we want to go there, so I think we need to be careful in that.
Yeah, and I assume that everyone on the board kind of agrees with the concerns about those types of changes, which are not being anticipated right now, just to be clear.
Well, one never knows.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, John, I was actually pretty amazed. I was at or near the airport one day, and one plane just took off. I could see the other plane approaching to land. They're both in my same field of vision, and I was amazed at how close they actually were to each other. The one taking off veered off to the right a little bit, and then after the other plane went by, then it swung around to the west. But it looked to me dangerously close, and I think that's the way we've been operating here. And so I agree. I think we need a better system. Kelly?
John, do you know what is the implication of newer navigational aid technologies for this problem?
Yeah.
You know, because that's a little bit different than seeing what other airports maybe have decided, if that's connected to the tower and the airplane.
Yeah, Kelly, I think that's a really good point, that there's probably two issues we're dealing with. One is our current navigational kind of environment, and then future if next gen comes on board, which I think broadly will probably take a decade or so to really see enough a critical mass of aircraft outfitted with the next gen. However, I think you're right that the next gen potentially enables different flight paths right now than the current navigation system. And so in the past, the FAA has looked at different approaches related to next gen. Those projects were put on hold, frankly, because they had some challenges with other communities, and I think we would have similar challenges here. That is, flight paths change, of course, different people are impacted by that, and so they were looking more at how they conduct a public process around those types of changes. And so that process was put on hold by the FAA. I think they are looking at re-upping, looking at those next gen approaches. And Kelly, I do think that they are different in terms of the precision navigation and what can be flown, because under the current technology, sorry, you can't really see my hands here, but the aircraft almost come in on a fan. It's not as precision, or it's not as precise, I'm sorry, as the GPS navigation of the next gen, which allows aircraft to come in a little bit more on a rail or a consistent path. And so it may be that they're able to eliminate the wrap procedure, which is exactly, Steve, what you described. That is the wrap procedure. That is how we're operating on a daily basis. So yeah, the technology will matter. I think we're going to have a better view of what those approaches and departures would look like over the next year or two from the FAA. And that's really air traffic control. That's not a process that we plan or have authority over. But we do stay involved in because of the potential impacts to the community.
Mm-hmm.
That was a long-winded answer.
Sure. And, you know, I think Patty has already raised the concern that, you know, we have to be very thoughtful and cautious about changes to our flight paths.
Yeah.
So I'll just reiterate that. But I'm wondering here if there's just a big picture opportunity we should keep in mind if we're looking at all of these efforts together to possibly link some incentivizing of the next gen safety navigation upgrades with some of the pricing for flow separation, et cetera. So I don't know if those, you know, if there's a program link there that we can take advantage of to help with those incentives, you know, through a fee and price mechanism. So I would just put that out there as another question about how that program could possibly take shape.
Okay. So I think that would be consistent with, it sounds like you want research. If I can capture the board's comments right now, it's to really broaden the research question beyond what other airports have done to better understand the implications of next-gen navigation systems, how they may impact the separation issues, and really try and work with the FAA to do some master planning around the airspace to make sure that we're not having undue impacts on the community from any new arrival or departure routes. Did I capture your concerns there? I guess I'd ask for a thumb exercise
Yeah,
on that.
I think that's good.
Yeah, okay. Hopefully Rich captured that because I can't remember exactly what I said now. I got it. All right. And then further dialogue and consideration to the east side taxiway design, moving GA to the north allows airliners to queue up more quickly for takeoffs. I'll give you a little bit of context to this discussion in the report. The Vision Committee brought up several alternatives, including what if the terminal moved to the west side, right now where the smaller based aircraft ramp is proposed. What if we moved the terminal to the north? And so as they're looking through these alternatives, one of the observations that was made was that right now there is no anticipation that the takeoff direction, particularly for commercial aircraft or larger aircraft, would change from what it is, which is moving from the south side of the runway to the taking off to the north. And so the feeling was that by keeping the terminal roughly where it is, where aircraft can get onto the commercial aircraft can get onto the taxiway closer to the takeoff point, just provide a physical design element that ensured that the commercial airliners, and that's the gated airline service, would be queued up sooner and wouldn't get stuck behind as many GA potentially as if they're located somewhere else. So that's kind of the context. It's a why for leaving the terminal where it is. I don't know if that helps at all. But there may have been some other questions or thoughts around this one.
I was trying to unmute myself, John. I do have a thought on that. I can envision in my mind the worst case scenario for a commercial plane would be if the GA planes are lined up all the way down the east side taxiway. And I don't know what the system is now, but if the commercial plane is required to wait their turn in that line, they would be there a long time. If they could go do the zipper concept on the taxiway, like the commercial plane can go in and then get in line right in front of the terminal, there might be some other G8 in front of them in that shorter line, and there might be a whole bunch behind them in that line. But it's the same as a zipper approach on HOV lane, or just two lanes of cars merging where they take turns getting into the line. And that's what I would propose would be the solution, so the commercial planes wouldn't have to wait too long. They could take off fairly close to their announced departure time.
Yeah, and air traffic control does manage that as far as getting aircraft in the queue for takeoff. I think the general feeling here was having the commercial aircraft closer to the takeoff spot makes it easier for them to get in that queue and to be prioritized.
One other concern I had was if a plane is in the taxiing for such a long time, they might run low on fuel, and they need to plan ahead for that. Maybe not even get in the queue for. I could see it being a problem sometimes. Greg, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I think this sounds interesting. I think it certainly is exploring. So if that's what you're looking for in terms of a thumbs up, I'm going to say yes. It sounds like a great thing. I wonder how efficacious it'll be, how effective will it be to do it, and it's certainly worth looking at. East side taxiway design and moving GA to the north. When you're talking GA, are you talking GA parking, or you're talking GA FBO, ABO, FBO? Just want to make sure I understand what all we're talking here. Maybe it's all as part of the discussion.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of all of the above. When we get to the map, you'll see that GA parking, particularly for the larger GA aircraft, is being proposed to be moved to the north to lessen the impact on the AABC neighbors by having smaller aircraft across the street. It also anticipates that some of the FBO infrastructure moves that direction also to service those aircraft.
Kelly?
Sure, yeah, my request for additional information on this was related to the fact that they're already to the north, and so, what is borne out by GA already being further north than the terminal. And, this seems like a design practice that should have evidence behind it. I mean, other, airports are designing their runways, right, and terminal placement to figure these things out. So I guess, Steve raised an interesting point. Is it better to be at the back, closer to the back of the line so you can get in line? Or is it, better to be to the front of the line where you're closer to the taxiway? So I guess for me, I just wonder, isn't there a best practice around this with airport design?
Yeah.
And what is that feedback?
And so that actually is where the recommendation came from, was talking to and I believe this came through Tom Schnitzer. Rich, I'm looking for Rich for confirmation, who's an airport planner, who had made that observation that having the aircraft closer to the takeoff point are going to have an easier time queuing. And it was just part of the conversation about where the infrastructure should be placed, but it was noted, since it was a goal to prioritize the commercial flights, that infrastructure piece was worth putting in the report.
If I could ask for a sec, I'm getting my screen's freezing up, so I'm catching about half of what John has said in his last two messages. Just want to know, is it just me on my end, or is that happening for everyone else?
I've had just a couple of really very brief delays, but not anything. I heard everything John was saying. I do have one other possible word change on that last bullet point. The GA is already to the north, and we could just say, instead of moving, just keeping the GA to the north might be the wording that we would want to have in there.
Steve, I think the move was the bigger aircraft, ensuring that the bigger aircraft are continuously moved to the north to lessen the impacts to North 40 and putting the smaller GA the other direction, right straight across from the North 40.
Absolutely, Patty, in which case that concept is in the wrong. It's not in airline service reliability, but it has to do more with the impact on, I can't remember which other of the points, but I think it would be in a different section.
And I think the thinking of the Vision Committee here, Steve, was that the ability for commercial to queue up, particularly on peak days, contributed to their ability to get out on time and make connecting flights, which is why they had it under reliability.
No, it doesn't make sense.
So in that case, I think we should change the wording. It should just say that the commercial aircraft gets to get into the queue quickly instead of having to wait so long on the taxiway or something. If that's the goal we're trying to achieve, and the goal of having the GA further to the north and the bigger aircraft way far down there is for the noise factor for the North 40 people. So it's like we have two different issues, and I think they're kind of mixed up here in the wrong place.
We can note that in both places. I think it's
All right, now did we
thoughts
lose?
from the rest of the board members? So, Greg, you're saying thumbs up to this. We'll make a note in kind of both sections of impact.
I think thumbs up on this. Yeah, it's interesting. It's worth further discussion.
All right. So,
I just want to have just sort of note, I think I'm where I'm a little bit uncomfortable with fully accepting this recommendation is because it has such a significant function to the airport layout, the common ground map recommendation, that, in concept, yes, it's just, I'm sort of having some reservations without having the fuller conversation about all those pieces and how the recommendation came together to put all of the pieces there on the common ground recommendation layout plan. So like in concept, yes, I support this, but, I am just reserving further scrutiny when we dive into that layout plan a bit more.
Okay. That's fair. We will parking lot that for that conversation then.
If I could add one last thing there, sorry, just thinking back to our previous discussion very briefly regarding separation aircraft and direction of travel, that is often and more often actually controlled by wind direction. Pilots take off and land into the wind. And when they land with the wind, that's where we get problems. It becomes a lot more dicey. So just so we know that weather and wind direction plays a huge role in how they're taking off and landing from the airport. But I still think we should pursue that line of reasoning. Thanks.
And I would note there is no discussion particularly about paths for commercial flights to come in any other way than they are now.
I do remember once, years ago, John, flying, I think it was Rocky Mountain Airways, maybe a Dash 7 or one of, when we did fly over Aspen on our approach because of the way the wind direction was coming, but it was a much smaller plane than what we have flying in commercially now, and it didn't seem like there was any problem flying over Aspen. It was a much smaller, quieter airplane, very unlike what we have for commercial planes now.
Yeah. So this one, number 11, flexible gates. While it has the number of gates in here, the concept that you're really talking about was the flex concept, that the gates basically are built to accommodate a certain passenger flow, if you will, and flex down as the size of aircraft increases. And this is a way for us to have a terminal that meets the growth projections or targets that were set by the Vision Committee, while also managing the flow of people coming in, and it affects how you size and build different parts of the terminal. So it's important to know whether this flex concept is a management tool. And you can do the flex concept with, well, really anything more than 2 gates, right? But the committee looked at 6, 7, and 8 gates. So the first bullet point is really geared towards the flexing concept and whether the board supports that as kind of a management tool to manage the flow, and we can go into that a little bit. And then the number of gates is coming up in a separate slide here, because I know there's concerns about that. And see, I can go to some graphics on the flex gate concept. I know all of you have had a chance to look at that to see, as the idea is as a larger, higher capacity aircraft, as a certain number are queued up, a gate gets squeezed out, basically.
I'm going to jump in. I think Steve's trying to hit his unmute. Okay. I think it would be helpful to walk through it, John. It's been a while since we talked about it, sure. But I also it would help me understand sort of operationally, since in our prior conversations, airlines don't share gates. So what does that look like also from the operation perspective? Like, how does that, if an airline is going to have a certain number of gates, how does that work from the inside?
Yeah, so it may change how we ultimately do those leasings and sharings in the future, Kelly, as we work through this concept. This is a solution that it's not totally unique, but it'd be fairly unique, particularly for an airport our size. And so the idea, one of the concerns that was raised, and we've got 7 and 8 gate scenarios. We do not have a 6 gate one here, although we have some graphs on it. But one of the major concerns was what you might call that cruise ship, where you have a lot of people come in at one time and overwhelm the community in 1 and 2 hour kind of blocks. And if you have the capacity for different size and capacities of aircraft to come in, how do you start to manage that within a reasonable range? And so this is not a final design. This is the concept of how these flex gates would work. And these are calculated at, I think, 60% or 65% load capacity. So this is an example of our current kind of CRJ 700 that would be in a 7-gate format, and you have about 343 passengers. This is modeled with 2 Airbus A220s, and then 5 regional jet aircraft, which would, at those same load factors, would bring you up to 397 passengers. And then if you got above the 2 kind of larger capacity aircraft, then it's spaced out, and you lose a gate, and you see that capacity actually, drops back down. I'm using a touchpad now, and it's sensitive. Sorry about that. But you can see how the capacities on an hourly basis are kept in a narrower range by having this flex gate concept. Kelly, to your point, I think more work needs to be done both on the design side and then operations. Do you stick with the model, which airlines do prefer, of having assigned kind of gate spaces, or with a flex model? Are we trying to get into a different arrangement with the airlines in terms of how we schedule those gates out and who can park? And so we still have more work to do on those details, but we think this is a workable solution. And to give you just a quick 8-gate, same kind of scenario, but you go from 392 passengers at one time to 446, back down to 424.
Kelly?
Thank you. Thank you. So a couple questions then. What does the scenario in a 7 flex gate situation look like if it's all Airbus A220s? And I ask that, I think that it's a well-founded question, because I know in my review of the fleet projections during seasonal peak, that the way it was presented is that the type of planes that would be used would be the larger aircraft. And so what does that look like? How many passengers per hour does that look like? And then when you showed us the 8-gate scenario, we have 8 gates now to accommodate regional jets. So what is being borne out in terms of that number? And that, are we using them often? Is that, what is that happening? Are we using them often? What is the number of passengers coming in on those when all 8 gates are taken?
So and actually this scenario was chosen. Rich, feel free to jump in here, because when you have the larger jets, Kelly, you have fewer operations. And so under the fleet forecast, this was even an unlikely scenario to have 3 parked at once, was the conclusion of the fleet mix specialist that we were using. And so the flex gate concept we didn't anticipate, frankly, more than 3, but you can model these out. You can design it basically for those peak flows that you need to accommodate to roughly manage what you think your employment numbers are going to be, if they're 0.8% or some other number, which we're going to talk about, which you then model the spacing on and how many of those aircraft could be parked at once. But because of the additional capacities of these planes and the employment numbers, Rich, as I recall, they didn't project more than 2 being in at one time, but we modeled on 3.
Yeah, and that's correct, John. We thought about going further, but they said in the forecasting, it's just an unlikely scenario, given the way that these are set up.
So then, just in like a circumstantial example, like, you know, there's been days of delays and they're trying to get as many of the planes, you know, so not having to do with an operational schedule, but just, you know, the functional need to get everybody off the planes and into the gates. Like how, you know, is it 6 regional jets that would fit in the 7 flex gate scenario? Is it 5? You know, and again, like, even if that's just even envisioned as like, okay, we've had all these planes blacked up and now they're all able to come in and land in a short window. You know, what does that look like?
Yeah, so the intent was to keep it to 3 of the large jets that could probably use at any one time, Kelly. And then there's another bullet point that we haven't gotten to, because there's a lot of concern about what you just raised, which was the irregular operations. And how do we get people, the concern was more getting people deplaned. And this would probably not necessarily be using a jetway in this case, but having stairs and the ability to come onto the tarmac and directly into a secured area like baggage, so that you could unload planes, but you're going to need to wait for a gate to get them loaded back up for irregular operations. And so we can run those numbers. I think we did run those in the past. I don't have those right in front of me, but we can take for like a Airbus A220 and just let you know, it's easy to do the calculations. I think the intent was to use the flex gates to kind of keep within these ranges, because that's what we're expecting is needed to meet the growth rate. And so that's really kind of the key here. The more capacity you build, the more people can come in at one time. But we can calculate this on 5 jets, 5 A220s coming in and such. I just don't have that off the top of my head.
So then I guess another clarifying point for me in this recommendation is, are all the gates recommended to be flex gates?
Yeah, so how it works, it's actually a spacing issue. And so depending on how the aircraft are parked, it will take a gate. It could be this one, depending on how the aircraft are coming in, it could be this one. So they are all definitely flex gates. They could serve any of the aircraft that would be able to come in, but at a certain parking level, one of the gates is going to become unusable. I don't know if that answers your question, Kelly. I think the answer is all of them would be flex gates in a sense.
Okay, Greg?
Unmute here. Okay, I'm just thinking, Kelly brought up some good points, and I'll echo some of them. You know, what if we have this scenario with the the larger regional jets in the gateway, and we have smaller regional jets coming in. Are we going to make it possible for them to park in the tarmac and unload on the tarmac? And the answer to that sounds like it's yes. The other thing I wanted to, if I could, let me finish.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Sorry, let me finish. The other thing is, looking at the way these concourses are configured, clearly they move. The concourses can move. What if all 7 of those concourses splay out in a fan, and you put the far right and the far left regional jets were actually 50 feet or more farther off to the sides? It would open up more space, and it's possible you could put more big jets in. I'm thinking people are going to be getting creative. If we've got passengers and planes and demand to get on the ground, we're going to start hearing requests to, we'll unload on the tarmac. We'll go back to the stairs scenario. We don't need the concourse. Or we can splay these concourses out to make sure that we can fit all these big airplanes in here. Can we actually design it and control it? It sounds as if, my point is, control of the emplanements and the number of passengers passing through will depend on not only the number of gates, but how they're configured and the actual tarmac space around the aircraft. Thanks.
Yeah, so Greg, to your last point first, it is a design issue. You're right, and this isn't design just yet. This is concept, and so to manage the pieces that you're talking about, there would need to be constant attention paid to this in design.
And will we have control over that?
Yes.
Is the FAA or someone else going to tell us what
on
to do
the terminal? You have much more control. So that's I think why this concept was given so much attention during the vision process.
And that includes the tarmac around the terminal. Is that right? The parking, the actual big plane parking around the terminal.
Yeah. So that's going to be the ramp space to support the terminal, the number of parking spaces, that sort of thing. The unloading on the tarmac was anticipated for irregular operations. So, there are those weather events where you do have a lot of operations, commercial operations, coming in at a time other than they were scheduled, and they could stack up. And from a customer experience perspective, there was a desire to be able to accommodate the inflow without necessarily creating more gates. And so that's where the departure procedure, devising a departure procedure for those irregular operations without adding more gates really came in.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. There'll certainly be more questions. It just feels to me like we're operating irregularly now all the time.
It does happen quite a bit in the winter. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Kelly?
Thank you. So I do think there's more to talk about on this specific topic, but I want to capture a point before we move on to anything else, and that is related to what Greg was saying, that I think perhaps there should be a statement in here that acknowledges sort of those guardrails, so that, for an acceptable flex gate design would also need to have limitations to the length and width of the ramp space around those flexible gates as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, John, I might mention that was a really entailed discussion actually with the committee, because there was concerns with just painting on the ground, that the board really do set up some kind of policy around this. And where it really does affect it is the airline scheduling. That's how this works, because if they only know that there's 7 gates available, then they've got to change their scheduling. And John had some slides, I don't know if you want to show those, and it shows the effect of what happens with scheduling with these different flex gates. And so that might help explain it a little bit as well, but the airlines have to adjust to what you have available. So. And so
this was looking at 2033 employment numbers, so not 2020, but looking ahead in the projections. And this is the unconstrained scenario. This is the 7-gate flex gate scenario, and this is the 6 flex gate scenario. And what starts to happen, and I may have this on another slide, that you can see that compound growth unconstrained, you get up to roughly 1.5%, and that this scenario, this more unconstrained scenario, could be accommodated with 8 flex gates by basically flattening this peak here into these shoulder hours, which they felt that the airlines could easily accommodate. With 6 flex gates, what happens is you start to get a flattening out across the board, and it becomes more and more difficult because of connecting flights and such. We're a spoke airport, and less likely that airlines will reschedule farther and farther out into the day, either earlier or later, and you start to look at canceled flights was one concern, that it'd be unlikely that they'd be able to meet the 0.8 target, which we need to go back to because we need to know what the board's target is on this. But so there was concern with that because the vision committee had set out that 0.8 target. And the other big concern was, other two big concerns. One, this doesn't leave much room for makeup of irregular operations, to our earlier discussion, either using gates or even stacking up for tarmac departures. And then there was a staff concern. We got a lot of feedback from airline employees that were part of the visioning process that these types of back-to-back peak or near peak hours don't really leave enough makeup time for them to really deal with all the aspects of customer service that they need to, and also get the types of just even their own personal recovery periods in between. And so they were very, very consistent in expressing concern about having too many back-to-back peak areas for employees. All that said, all of this is based on that 0.8% growth, which is something that we still need to talk about because that's not something that the board has given direction on yet. But this was kind of a quick go through. Does this make sense as far as how the schedules either flatten out or there's capacity? And this is on a 24-hour calendar, by the way.
I'm not sure it's a question, really just an observation that, I think part of what's tricky about this is that this is one of those situations of like conflicting goals, possibly. Mm-hmm. On one hand, we were earlier having conversations about spreading out, airline service and, just air traffic overall for the safety considerations. And then, now we're hearing the complications of that when it comes to staff and operations. So, I just want to note that, and I think that's something the board has to wrestle with a bit here. I'm curious if you have any feedback about how the committee wrestles with that conflict as well.
I think when it came to the commercial operations, because they make up a smaller percentage, Kelly, that you know, there's 32 operations that can happen in an hour, and so the gate turns you can see are roughly in hour increments, and so the commercial service didn't make up the bulk of that concern. It was the GA operations, I think, which is I think why there's so much interest in the congestion pricing for GA and or the scheduling kind of systems that we talked about earlier. I think the main concern in choosing the number of gates was balancing what that growth would look like, and you can see that the estimate with the 7 gates gets you to actually 1.1% growth, which is that's where the vision committee settled, because the gates are a blunt instrument, right? They're not a precise tool as they were explaining during their presentation. But in terms of the number of operations for commercial, even if there were a reduction, if there were scheduling or less GA traffic, they'd easily be able to accommodate this many operations on the commercial side on a daily basis. So I think they were looking to those other solutions as a fix.
So, John, I have another observation, and it actually has to do with building 8 gates, even though we're only opening 7 at this time. And I would see my proposal that I'm going to give as an alternative to the flexible gate scenario. So I would build the terminal so it has room for 8 gates. The one that people think of as the 8th gate that we're not using would be maybe way at the end. I would actually make that one of the 7 gates that's operating and leave one of the ones in the middle be the one that's not operating at this time for future expansion. That gives us room to space the aircraft out a little bit more on the tarmac if there are more bigger planes. You don't have to necessarily bend the jetway at a funny angle to get to the plane, but the planes would be spread out because we're using the space for 8 gates in this and only landing 7 planes there. That 8th gate potentially could be used as the one for the rapid unloading of a plane also, that if there's room, just have them go in and get off on a jetway, and then the plane would be parked at a gate, and then you maybe would shift what gate people are departing from on the next flight. It wouldn't, we'd have that flexibility. So building the 8th gate, only using 7 of them, having them more spread out in the terminal gives the same effect as having the flexible gates. So I personally am okay with the 7 flexible gate scenario. I would just do it in a different fashion.
And the one challenge, Steve, I think we would have with that is, one, we're still using airline revenues through fees and such to pay for those improvements. And generally, once you've built something like that, you need to provide it for use on a fair and equitable basis. And I think that's where the committee, was concerned. There is a significant debate between 7 and 8 gates that occurred. And one of the reasons the Vision Committee landed on the 7 flex gates with the recommendation to be prepared to scale up to an 8th gate is they did not want to take the risk that the 8th gate and the capacity that comes with it would necessarily get used if it hadn't gone through further conversation and debate with the board. It's a lot easier to control before you build it than after you build it. If that makes sense. Just to explain, kind of the thinking there.
Okay, and yeah, I know they have those kind of discussions. I just thought we should have the same discussion too.
Mm-hmm.
Any other commissioner comments on this number 11 flexible gate part?
So in general, I'm hearing a lot of questions and assurances that the board would need to see during the design process, in particular, as well as continued updates to fleet mix, and whether it's 7 gates or 6 gates or what number of flex gates would meet the desired growth target, which is a upcoming conversation here, I think. But that the concept of, given those design complexities, the concept of having the gate number kind of adapt by aircraft capacity to keep the number of people that can turn in an hour within a range is something that the board still wants to explore. There just isn't settlement on the number of gates, and obviously there are design concerns. Did I capture the conversation adequately?
Yeah. One other thought too, John, would be on what aircraft the airlines actually end up using in 20 years from now. If the new regional jets that have the wider wingspan are so much more fuel efficient than the CRJ 700 is, for example, I would see them trying to get more of those in their fleet and get rid of the less efficient. I mean, that's the trend. They want to have the most efficient, fuel efficient, and employee efficient airplanes flying that they can. We might end up with all of them having the bigger planes as the ones they routinely fly in here, because they are so much more efficient than the others. And that we won't know that for 20 years, but we kind of have to have the flexibility to accommodate that. And I think we are doing this flexibility in the FlexGate plan. But we might also all A220s or the next one in that line instead of CRJ 700 or 900s or whatever in that line. Greg and then Kelly.
I'm just going to chip in. It's been said, and I think, John, I think he summed it up well. But certainly, we have to remember that economic pressure, economics is going to drive this. So if we build it big enough and the demand is there, it's all going to get used. And if there's economic pressure from the tourism industry or from the airlines or from someone else to take full advantage of what we build, I think we're going to have pressure to do that. Any airport manager is going to want to pay off the note as quickly as he can and boost capacity and income. That's just the way these things work. So I don't want to trick ourselves into thinking we're going to have an awful lot of control over something. It makes the conversation very important when it talks about the tarmac space and how many planes actually could land and unload here, and whether they're on a concourse or on a staircase, or how far could those concourses be stretched? Somebody's going to be trying that. They will if there's an economic incentive. So that's kind of, I just wanted to remind everybody that's kind of where it's going, and I look forward to the growth conversation.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, I share a little bit of the, I don't know if you call it a belief, just the evidence of if you build it, they will come, that's been borne out. But I I'm just not, I want to make sure I wasn't confused about what John said. So I'm comfortable with the flex gate topic, you know, a little bit of what the, you know, the fleet mix and the widening of the runway and all that sort of certainly have a play in this decision. What I look at it is, you know, flexible gates can future-proof the terminal, you know, without, I think, proceeding into a decision on the runway, which will be an interesting conversation we'll have soon. But I'm not sure that the 7 is where I'm at. So
Right.
I wasn't sure if we agreed that number was still an outstanding dialogue for us to have.
Yeah, and so that's coming up on a slide. These are directly taken from the Vision Committee's report. And so I think the board made it very clear that the 0.8% needed to be discussed more, and really that the gates need to be designed to that number. And so the Vision Committee had recommended the 7 based on that 0.8, but we may want to skip to that growth discussion here now before we go on.
And can I just have a point of clarification? Because I thought what you presented was that the 7 gates results in a 1.1%. So can we just have?
Yeah. So that's, let me see if I can go back. Sorry, we've got so many kind of what if slides in here. And Kelly, these are all estimates and projections, so they will all have some margin for error in them. What the fleet mix analysis have projected is when you introduce a constraint, and that constraint would be the 7 flex gates and the capacity of aircraft that could likely operate. The projection went to 1.1%, and the Vision Committee, I think, recognized that this isn't a scalpel. It's a little bit more of a blunt instrument, but that was closer to the target than they were seeing in either the potential for the 8-gate or 6-gate scenario. So by no means did anyone anticipate it was precise or that we had a good tool to precisely manage. And I think when we go through the growth discussion, you'll see there was a lot of variation amongst the community members in thinking about what an appropriate growth rate was that, allowed the Vision Committee to say this is an acceptable compromise for us. Does that answer your question? And it may be different for the board.
It raises other questions, but I'm sure I'll get my opportunity to ask.
Okay.
Steve, can I make a quick comment, please?
Patty?
Yeah, that concerned me too. I made a note of this 1.1% because that was a new one, kind of. We were looking at the 0.8. I'm comfortable with the flex gates. I'm not comfortable with 8 at this point, but looking at 6 or 7, will 6 accommodate the needs when we have weather issues and we have planes that now get a chance to get in here, but there's no gate for them. I don't know how many people have been stuck sitting on the tarmac in a plane waiting for a gate. It's not the most pleasurable experience, nor do I think it's a safe experience. So I think that for me is the conversation. And again, back to, I think we'll get there with the 0.8 versus where did the 1.1 come from, and is that now an acceptable growth rate? I'm not sure.
So it seems like maybe it's a good time to pivot back to the growth discussion, because I think we're going to need to answer that to move forward. If you're okay pivoting back there. And just to remind you, there are really 4 core community goals. The overarching goal of safety in the air and on the ground, the reduction in carbon emissions, the reduction in noise, and then the management of commercial employments to a growth target of 0.8. And it is very specific about the commercial employments because the concern in the Vision Committee discussion is the impact of people and the impact of the number of people in the community. When we had our last discussion, it was asked for a little bit more background. So where did this 0.8 kind of come from? And good Lord, I'm having a hard time with this touch screen. Sorry about that. And really, it came based on discussions about information that was presented to all of the committees prior to doing the exercise to set goals. And so I'm just going to run through some of the highlights. All of this is available on the ASC Vision website. They come from the May 7th, 2019 presentation from Gabe Preston and Linda Perry. And so there were some growth statistics that were looked at from a historical perspective. Total number of jobs in Pickens County, which peaked out in 2008, and then since then have grown to 20,966, and that was in 2017. And some of this data is aged. I'm showing you what the Vision Committee was looking at the time, which equates to 1.2% annual growth rate. Another thing that the committee looked at was Roaring Fork population trends. This is from U.S. Census Bureau, and looking at trends from 2004 through 2013, and then 2013 through 2017. And you can see fairly moderate growth, population growth in Eagle County portion of the Roaring Fork Valley, 1.8%, and then 0.8% in Pickens County, and then Garfield 2.1 and 0.6. And again, this is based on census data. And see generally 2013 to 17, there was a slowing. This is looking back at historical passenger traffic growth rates. This is some of what the FAA requires airports to look at in terms of projecting future growth. And so this is looking at some similarly situated airports in other resort communities. You can see ASE comes in here, and this is 1990 to 2018 at 0.9%, with an average of all 9 airports of 4.1%. And so there's also a terminal area forecast that is done. This changes. This is a fairly elastic number. It's a forecast that's done on an annual basis. So in this case, we're looking at the terminal area forecast 2018 through 2038. And that terminal area forecast actually predicted a 0.8% growth. And then there are some other pieces here. These are allowed variances. And Kelly, I think you're referring to these in another email or in another one of our meetings. The variance really is to give kind of a margin that the FAA looks for airports to be designing to accommodate at a high end and a low end on their infrastructure. And so in 2018, this is where those numbers were. In 2019, it went up. I suspect with the impacts of COVID in 2020, it will go back down. Again, they do this on an annual basis, but we're looking at this from 2018 during our process, which had our 2018 employments were 272,000. This would have 2038 at 318,000, or between these two numbers. Similarly, commercial aircraft operations, for the terminal predicted, not surprisingly, to grow at a similar rate. This time it's 0.9 with a range of 0.4 to 1.4%. And then, again, you're seeing just a comparison of FAA forecast of passenger traffic growth from 2018 to 2038, and that 0.8% comes in. And so that's all kind of descriptive information and projections. And so what we did was we developed these into continuums to look at, okay, do you want to look at decreasing capacity? Do you want to look at some level of limited growth? And that's where the 0.8% came in as a middle ground based on the data that we're looking at. Or do you want to look at some level of significant growth? And we tried to give some order of magnitude what that might be in terms of terminal construction. So on the decreased capacity, we brought it back to about 2008 levels, which was 213,000 a year. In the limited growth, current employments plus approximately the 0.8% brought employments to about 305,000 a year in 2028, and then the significant growth brought it to 370. And you can see the committee members, you know, it wasn't a total bell curve in the middle, but through discussion and such, the vision committee, based on what they're hearing from other committees, what they're hearing within their and this is what they heard from other committees. I think I did not get the vision committees, I'm sorry, in here, but then the vision committee did a vote after this where it was fairly representative of what happened with the other working groups. And so that's where the vision committee came in with an approximately 0.8% target, consistent with a terminal area forecast, but recognizing that couldn't be tuned to a precise number, but represented a general commitment to a reasonable level of managed growth. And so that's where when they saw that the 7 flex gates got to that estimated 1.1%, maybe a little less, maybe a little more, they felt that was a reasonable compromise within the 0.8. And so that is some of the information that they're looking at and conversation that they had to get at that aspirational goal of 0.8, and also recognizing that it wouldn't be tuned to a precise number. And Steve,
So, John, did we have data on historical bed base and whether there's a growth in bed base or decline? Obviously, the bed base has changed over time in terms of trying to determine it with Airbnbs and VRBOs, but but I keep on bringing up the example of Base Village, which should be substantially changing the number of beds that are available. And then the other question I would have, did we get any data on skier days and how that is looking, and if there was an ability to, within the skier days, to carve out the local pass holders so we know we're sort of a better idea in terms of our guests who'd be actually coming in versus those of us who live here. Seems like those are two key critical pieces of information that should be part of the puzzle. I think more so than the growth of what's happening in terms of population growth of Eagle and Garfield County, because they're not flying in, obviously.
So the short answer is yes. That information on both skier days as well as bed base, utility usage by month was presented, and we can pop out to that presentation. I didn't want to put all the slides in because it was a lot of them. On the skier days, George, it was not divided into local versus visitor. I think there's some information in there, specificity of information in there that is trade related, and so. But we do have kind of total skier days and what's changed there, as well as bed base, including analysis of VRBOs and such that was looked at by the Vision Committee.
Yeah, okay.
If you want, we can go look at that.
No, I was just curious, as long as the committee had that information when they were coming up with those numbers. And the other point I would make, and because I've been sort of quiet here, but I support the concept of 7 flexible gates to begin with. But back to Greg's point, if you build it, they will come. Well, it's really supply and demand. And of course, in the wintertime, there's other factors as well. And I was in the travel business for almost a decade. And when we could not fly in people into Aspen because of availability or because of pricing, we'd fly them into Eagle, we'd fly them into Denver, and then they would be utilizing ground transport. And so one of the ideas in terms of being able to have nonstops is you eliminate a lot of that traffic and that congestion that we're seeing on I-70, on 82. You could just imagine what happens when, as we saw when Glenwood Canyon closed for a couple of weeks. And so what does that do for utilizing the airports in Denver or Eagle? So that's part of the equation and discussion as well. So if people want to come to Aspen, they'll find a way to get here. And so I think our goal would be is looking at all the impacts, from our air quality and noise to the impacts on our roads.
To tag on to George's comments, I was thinking of that too. We have a goal. We want to decrease the amount of general aviation flying in here, which to me means we want to increase the amount of commercial plane enplanements flying in. I think we would rather have people fly into the airport than to be driving in on I-70 and Highway 82 to get here. So those are upward pressures to increase the number of enplanements, maybe somewhere above the 0.8%. I don't know what that number would be. One question I would have is and maybe we don't know the number, but how many people arrive through Atlantic Aviation in private planes instead of coming through our terminal? If we were trying to capture some of them, and I think we should be, because I would love to have our flying experience flying into our terminal be such a pleasant experience that people would quit flying their private planes and start flying in on commercial planes into our terminal. All of that would increase the upward pressure on our number of employments, which to me, that would be a good kind of growth. It's not increasing the total number of people getting here, but increasing the percentage of them arriving by commercial aircraft.
Steve?
Greg, and then Patty?
Patty, if you want to tag on to
Yeah, I
that, you
just
can.
wanted to tag on really quick. Steve, yeah, I think it would be great if we could get people to do the commercial because of the carbon footprint, et cetera. But I think what we've seen in the pandemic is people have really liked flying these fractional jets or jet taxis or net jets, whatever. And I'm not sure how quickly we're going to turn that new like around. I think they've gotten accustomed to the luxury of flying on these private jets that come and go at their convenience for the most part. So I think we're going to just see an increase in that service for, I don't know, the near midterm future. And I think that's something we need to be thinking about as we're making these decisions in light of the changes in the airline industry, on top of the fact that COVID, the pandemic, has even clouded the skies further. I think it's going to make our decision that much harder. And we need to be careful in making that decision as we move forward.
Patty, okay, thanks, Patty. I think I'd probably echo of what Patty said. I think there's some wishful thinking there, Steve. I just simply don't believe we're going to make a nice enough airport that people who can afford to fly private will stop to any great extent. I also don't think that we can control growth in the community by expanding the capacity of the airport. I think people are going to keep driving here and they're going to keep flying here. And I guess the question is, how low would we have to make the cost of flying in to get people to stop driving? And even if we did that, people are going to keep driving. So I have to go back. I think there's a false choice in this, and we have to be very careful, as Patty says. It's funny, I say it too often, but it's the age-old quote from Walter Pepke: remoteness is an advantage. When I think of the places on the planet that I love the most, the places I enjoy having been to, honestly, most of all of them were really hard to get to, and they might have been really expensive to get to, but once I was there, it was the best experience I ever had, whether it was an island in the Pacific or a faraway place somewhere else. I think we need to keep that in mind. I think that as we are defying ordinary here, it would be really easy to try to make it much easier and much more convenient for everyone to get here. And I think we might be defining mediocrity by doing that. And that's a philosophical issue that I have. Making it easier isn't going to reduce the number of people on the highway. And I don't think it's going to reduce the number of people in the air. We're just making it easier for more people to come. That's what we're doing.
Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah. I'm inclined to agree with what Greg has said. And, I think there are some false choices here because, it's likely our transportation systems will electrify before our aviation systems will. And so, trying to get a comprehensive sense of the impacts that all of these questions play against each other is really difficult here. We know that there's additional bed base that is available for people to come and use. We know, that there is a variety of climate change impacts associated with how people come here. There's other impacts associated with how people come here. There's impacts that, we're only beginning to just sort of identify and try to wrap our hands around, such as related to intensities of use, that I know our board is interested in, and trying to place the importance of those questions with, the airport vision is really tricky. It's definitely one of the things that I'm struggling with. In the most basic way, the question for me is looking at, a 1.1% enplanement increase over 20 years is an additional 67,000 passengers into our community. And so I'm not ready to say that we're ready to accept an additional 67,000 passengers into our community and all the impacts that they bring. So I'm inclined for a lower growth target. I'm inclined to maybe ask and understand better, what does the 6-gate scenario look like in terms of that compound growth increase over the next 20 years. And then I have to wrestle with, is 30,000 additional passengers acceptable, but 67,000 is not. And so it feels high to me. I think people who have lived here for a long time will know that 20 years actually goes pretty fast. And that the visible impacts over 20 years are clear. And so I'm trying to be really thoughtful about, what does that look like in 20 years? And, how many additional passengers is okay?
George, then Greg.
No, I'm a little confused, but are you using 1.1 as that target growth, whereas the Vision Committee's recommendation is the 0.8? So,
Yeah, it's confusing.
what?
So I'm using the 1.1 because that's what was presented as connected with the 7-gate scenario that we just saw. So even though 0.8 is the goal, so choosing 7 gates puts us at 1.1. And again, these are all projections, and I think we need to have a real conversation about the need to redo that fleet mix projection, given COVID and things that we're hearing, but that's a sidebar conversation. So that's why, even under the 0.8, it says 50,000 additional passengers in 20 years.
Right, but of course that's very incremental, and that's sort of a guess. And some years you'll have more, some years you'll have less. As you said, climate change. If you get a no snow year, you're going to have very few people.
Okay, Greg.
George makes some good points. Yeah, there is variability. I would love to propose that we look at steady state rather than requiring a sustainable growth rate. What would it take to make a steady state? I think, and what I'm hearing in the community is that our airport is already quite busy. It's an uncomfortable amount of traffic, both general aviation and maybe the commercial hasn't been so much because it's eclipsed right now by general aviation. But I don't hear anybody saying that we don't have enough people here coming in and that we don't have, they're always going to be trying to build a new hotel or a new base village, and there'll always be people demanding that we ramp up the capacity. But I think our job has been to be the voices of reason who say, you know what, maybe this is all we can handle right now in what we're calling normal, and aim for a steady state. What if we say we're going to go for a 0% growth rate, and we understand there will be renovations and changes, and there'll be ups and downs, as George suggests, but honestly, we don't need to add 60,000 people in the next 20 years in order to feel good about ourselves. Let's try to aim for steady state and say, this is it. Let's stop now and just try to improve the experience for everyone, which is what I think this discussion should be about, is how do we improve the experience without, bringing more in.
Steve, can I make a comment, please?
Patty.
Yeah,
Patty,
Greg,
go ahead.
Greg, that's kind of like Steve, thinking if we make a nicer terminal, more people are going to fly commercial. Yeah, it would be great if we could say 0 growth, but I realistically, I mean, I haven't been here as long as you, but I've been here over 40 years. Yeah, we would like to have seen zero growth. We would like maybe to see it in the future, but I think we need to accommodate some percentage of growth. It's going to happen, and I'd rather be prepared for it. I don't want to build it so they will come and build a mega airport, a mega terminal, a mega road, a mega hotels, a mega base village. I think that there's going to be some growth. I think we need to accommodate for it with the limitations that we are able to and have the authority to put on it. I think we need to be extremely wise in our decisions as far as what happens if we do have an impact of future growth. Do we have to rip everything out and start all over again? Can we plan ahead and be smart in our decisions and looking at what might change in the future, what we might have to accommodate, and build something now that is reasonable and effective and does improve the visitor experience, and the safety and the environmental issues are of extreme importance. But I think, Greg, it would be great if we could say zero growth. I don't see that happening realistically, but I agree with Kelly. I'm concerned about 7 flex gates bringing in 1.1% when we've been led to believe to this point it was going to be 0.8%. And the numbers, 67,000, 30,000. I just think looking at that percentage difference is enough for me to want to reconsider the flex gate issue and what we're really trying to do here.
Betty, I think we agree. I wanted to make sure you understood I was talking about employment growth, specifically just with the airports and what our projections are right here. And I think you knew that, but I just wanted to make sure that's clear. We're talking about employment growth. And if we have an aspirational goal of 0 versus an aspirational goal of 0.8, I think the issues still remain the same.
Well, you're right, Greg. Thank you for the...
I actually agree with you.
No, thank you for the clarification. I thought you were talking about growth in general because we talk about growth in general. We're talking about skier days and bed base and all of that. That's going to be growth in general, which will stimulate more growth at the airport and vice versa. The same thing will happen. I think we need to look at the big picture of growth.
George?
So right now we're operating under 8 gates. And if we just maintain that and we just assume that the CRJ 700s will continue, we will still have growth. People will just find different days to come into to the resort or different times. But we've seen that over the last 20 years in terms of just lodging patterns, where lodging patterns were typically, for historically many, many years, it was bookings Saturday to Saturday, and that was the standard. And in fact, lodges wouldn't even consider taking a midweek stay. But now that's all changed in the last 10 years, and we're seeing people coming in any day of the week for any length of stay, and the lodges had to accommodate because that's where the demand was. And so, I don't know how you could say that we're not going to have, even with the status quo, we wouldn't have continued growth. If the popularity of our resorts continue to bring, want to have people come visit, they're going to come here. So the question for me is, not how convenient it's going to make it, but addressing those other goals. We have those 4 goals, and growth was one of them, but air quality was one, noise was one, what was the other one? But and if we want to try to address those, safety was one thing. So if we want to address those, we have to look at the entire picture and not just pull out one in isolation. And so I think that's I think we're looking at that a little bit differently. We have to remember the ability to be able to, if you have the option to fly from San Fran to Aspen on a nonstop versus going from San Fran to Denver or to LA and then to Denver and then to Aspen, You know, what does that do in terms of cost and all the externalities of that? So,
John, I have a question. Going back to the slide that showed that we have an approximate 0.8% growth rate, and Jackson Hole and Sun Valley and Eagle and all these others had a much greater growth rate of employments during that same time. And the thought has occurred to me that probably all of those places built a really big, modern airport with a big runway. They can accept big jets coming in. Maybe not all of them, but have we studied what these different airports have done to increase their growth at the rate that they have? And how much of it has been because they kind of overbuilt their airport to accept more people coming in?
Hey,
Whereas
Steve,
we
thank
kept
you.
our small.
If I could jump in on that, the previous slide showed that Eagles Airport up to 2018 had grown what, 11 or 12%. It was by far the biggest, and I did notice. I'm glad you brought it up. I did notice that their forecast now is they're only going to grow at 0.6 because, as you've said, they built their big airport.
but they also, just to jump in, because again, I've got a little knowledge about the ski industry. When you look at Jackson Hole, and they built a tremendous amount of new beds, as did Sun Valley, as did out of Bozeman for Big Sky. So you've got these resorts that have really double, triple, quadrupled their bed base. And so right there was the ability for people to be able to visit those resorts, where in the past they were limited because of the bed base.
Yeah, I think that was largely the conclusion. We actually at Aspen have more employments than Eagle. But Eagle is actually a Class 4 airport with more gates, more capacity. Similar, Jackson Hole, we've got more employments. We trade back and forth with Jackson Hole, but I think last year we had more employments in Jackson Hole. Sun Valley, I think. Bozeman may be ahead of us. So in terms of the total number of employments, we tend to be higher. And so while there's been higher growth rates, say in Eagle County, it has been more market driven. And so you all are having the debate. I think that is a real challenge. You know, is the airport a growth generator? Kelly, to your point, do we see 60,000 more people come in because of the airport capacity, or is the airport infrastructure that's supporting the growth pressures that are being created in the community, whether it be bed-based development or demand that's being created there? And I think the Vision Committee kind of approached this as a yes and, that we wanted to size the infrastructure to the compromised position, of a growth target, so that it would act as a limiting factor, but also meet the other goals associated with air quality and noise and safety and customer experience, even though that wasn't one of the 4 core goals, but was certainly in the values. But there is also the recommendation in the cover memo, you might recall, that the community needs to have a broader conversation about growth, that while that's maybe outside solely of the airport discussion, the discussion you all are having now certainly happened within the airport process, to say what is it that we want to be as a community, the airport became a focal point for that conversation because it's a major infrastructure project. But I think the answer to the question of do you come here because you have the airport capacity, or do you come here because of the capacity that's being developed elsewhere in the community, the answer was a little bit of yes to both. And that is why I think the Vision Committee landed on the 7 flex gates, because it met the capacity that roughly the committee. And to talk about that 0.8 was set well before the committee really started looking at the airport as a goal. And so as they looked at the flex gates and what the limiting factor was, again, that was later in the process, and they felt that was within striking range. So it is a really difficult, this was a difficult question for the committee, and it's a difficult question to answer, I guess, in a black and white way.
Steve, I think you said, I thought I saw you read your lips, if it's me. Thanks, John. So it sounds like the 0.8 really isn't, it's an aspirational number. We've been told that. Perhaps it's a bit arbitrary. It was kind of just pulled out. Somebody pulled it out of the air based on the best knowledge they had and put that in. Regarding the gates, to get back to that, so I don't think we should be afraid of steady state in a conversation about growth of the community or growth of the airport or anything. Steady state is not a bad thing. It doesn't mean we're dying. It means we are maintaining perhaps a viable ecosystem, a viable atmosphere, and a viable tourist economy. So I'd like to continue that conversation. But the other thing that really piqued me on your employment thing is it says overnight parking positions for planes on the tarmac. So that implies tarmac space. Was there a conversation about additional overnight parking for big planes? How would that affect things? And then once again, how could those overnight parking spaces morph into actual employment and spaces? If say we have the terminal and our 7 gates, one of the gates is out of service, can they start using the tarmac and a set of stairs again? Or if the capacity is, if the demand is so high, would we be able to use those overnight parking spaces as actual employment locations? So I think it's more than just about flexibility of gates, but it's also flexibility of the tarmac and the surrounding area. So I just wanted to get back to that because I saw the thing about overnight parking. I thought, do we need more overnight parking or less? And how will that affect the number of big planes coming in at any time? Just a thought, just hadn't seen it before, thought I'd bring it up.
Sorry, no, I muted myself. Lots of questions in there, Greg. So the overnight we currently have 2 overnight parking positions. One of the arguments for gates, frankly, I think one of the other interests in having gates versus positions on the ground, Greg, is kind of getting at what you're driving at. That gates are much more difficult to add than repainting the tarmac for positions and maybe using one door for multiple gates like we do now. And so the idea with the gates and the overnight positions are twofold. Oftentimes you do want a plane parked overnight. We do have that now, and then they operate out in the morning. For irregular operations, the idea is that they could unload, but not load. So you're still kind of maintaining that 7-gate overall capacity in and out, and that it would take a specific action of the board then, both in terms of approving budget, but going through a public hearing process to add a gate, whereas if you're just using tarmac and painting lines, there's less infrastructure barrier, frankly, to adding those gate positions. So that was another piece of that discussion with having jet bridges, frankly.
Thanks, John. I mean, whenever you say jet bridges, I keep thinking you're saying Jeff Bridges, and I'm thinking, what does he have to do with it? He hasn't been here in years. But thanks. Sorry.
Sorry, I must not be speaking clearly.
Jeff Bridges. Okay, so they could unload at one of these spots, but not load. Who determines whether they can load or not? What if you get an unruly mob of passengers who say, we want to get on this plane and get the hell out of here? Who's going to keep them from doing it? And
no access from the secured area. You have to be in a secured area. Yeah,
okay.
So it's TSA.
Okay, so it's a TSA question, but I'm just wondering how easy would it be to change that rule in a pinch for irregular operation and all of a sudden have another boarding area?
It would require the federal government to approve that. It wouldn't happen quickly. The other thing I want to note is we did. Oh yeah.
To accommodate, we don't know what's going to happen 30 years from now. A future Board of Commissioners needs to have flexibility also. And I think, and I know it's part of the terminal design to make it so it can be easily added on to. I think that was a major mistake of the current terminal we have, is it's this irregular shape and it's poorly situated. It can't really be added on to practically, but if whatever we do, if we make it so it can be added on to easily in the future if necessary, without having to tear down the whole building and totally rebuild it. I think that's a very important part of our considerations here. So we don't have to totally predict the future, but we need to accommodate it and make it so future Board of Commissioners and future community can make the adjustments easily.
Excuse me.
George?
Yeah, I mean, back to your point, Greg, I think at some point we will get to a stable state. I think that will, it's tying in with our community development discussions that we're having on growth, trying to determine where that limit is with that. And so I think we will get to that point. I think we'll probably, I'm just guessing that, the cost for families to come into Aspen or Snowmass continues to increase, and we're losing market share to other resorts. And so I think down the road, Greg, I think your wish will come true, which I think all of ours is, that we don't want to see Aspen Snowmass become a Vail Beaver Creek type of situation. And we do have limitations in terms of even in municipalities, in terms of growth requirements. So, but I think, we're looking for the next 20 years. Where is that going to be? The existing terminal, Steve, that was added on. That was added on, when I was at the Chamber back in the 80s. And it was sort of piecemeal together. And of course, what took up all that extra space was the TSA who came in and absorbed it all. So.
So I am kind of wondering if we almost need to go through an exercise like this with the board, because Greg, I'm kind of hearing, if you had a dot right now, you'd probably place it in line with these, right? Current conditions. I'm not as clear on where anyone else is per se. I think, George, you might have said you're comfortable with the 0.8% target right in here. Kelly, I think I heard you say maybe something less, maybe not quite current condition, but not current state. Trying to prompt you guys a little bit here on if you were placing dots on the continuum, where would you place them? And I'm sorry to do that to you while you're in the fishbowl.
No, I would like, I'd like to see the information on the 6 gig scenario, and I also, you know, appreciate Greg's notion of steady state as well. And I guess I don't know what, I'm asking you, based on a steady state scenario, is there other presentation of information that should come forward to us based on that?
Well, I think the steady state, we're not seeing any, there's no data or trends out there that would suggest we are going to have a steady state. So I can't produce that kind of data for you. I think projections are that there will be some level but of limited growth. And, you know, this community has always been a growth management community. And so the rate of growth has typically been slower than some other resort areas and such. So Kelly, there's no data I can give because we're mixing a prescription with a description, I think, with the growth discussion. You know, where do you want to be versus where does the data sit? So if the board believes that potentially, you know, we've also had some significant impacts like COVID. You know, there will be some recovery timeline to that, you know, I think we're projecting it's a 2 to 3 year timeline. Maybe it's a longer kind of recovery that would suggest that base is going to be lower and we're going to be at that steady state longer. I do think if you limit the infrastructure on the commercial side, you likely could constrain it so that there's fewer commercial operations and you don't have as many commercial employments. Does that mean that there is not going to be growth or those people coming into the community, or does it mean you've changed the mode of transportation, that maybe they fly into Eagle or Denver or Grand Junction and are coming up by some method of rubber tire? And to your point, in the future, that may be a better option, right, if it's electrified and that sort of thing. Or if we limit the airport, do we think we're limiting visitors into the community? It's very difficult to provide data. What we can do is show data like, you know, that would have projections based on different growth. Like if we think the growth is going to be closer to 0.6, we could rerun scenarios like this so you can see, you know, how many adjacent areas of peak capacity are you likely to have and that sort of thing. I feel like I'm not answering your question here.
George?
So, John, could you go back to the previous slide that you were going to do the sort of the exercise with? So, just for clarification, so Greg, are you thinking that you actually want to see a decrease in capacity that we currently have?
Well, George, with the COVID, you know, it's like, what's normal, you know? So I would love to see that we put a cap on on the busyness that we are experiencing now or have been in the last, say we average the last 2 or 3 years, or we do the pre-COVID average. I think that if we could maintain a steady state there and learn how to deal with the numbers of people we already have, that would probably be a really good thing. It wouldn't be crippling anybody who's in business. It wouldn't be, we have a very strong remodel and renovation market already. We're not putting people out of business. I think we're pretty busy already. And so my aspiration would be, let's set the aspirational goal, because these are aspirational. Let's set it at a steady state number, and let's run the projections on, and maybe lower numbers. If a 0.6 growth rate, changes the whole scenario, then maybe Kelly's suggestion that looking at 6 gates makes sense. I don't think we're all trying to. Are we trying to really run more people through here? Yes, and some more people will be saving energy by taking the easy way, but is it really a zero-sum game? I don't think so. So I would love to see if we can maintain what we have and not think we need to depend on growth to make everything work. I think that's possible.
Mm-hmm. And so to your point about, and Kelly's looking at what 0.6 would do, because John, as I think I understand this, the projections of growth relates directly to number of gates and size of terminal, correct?
Yeah, and it's not a super precise instrument, George, so I don't know that 0.2% is going to tip to 6 gates or not. I think we can maybe run that analysis in reverse. So I think that may be what you're asking for, Kelly. Okay.
And then so then you may come up with, rather than 7 flexible gates, you may come up with 6 flexible gates.
Correct.
Yeah. And then if they're down the road, if there's sort of an overload there, then you still have that option in terms of utilizing the tarmac for the smaller planes. So that would be a good exercise. Does it change if you go to 0.6 or 0.5? I think that I still think that you have to allow for limited growth, some growth. I mean, it's going to happen regardless, to some extent. And so to say that no growth is going to happen, I remember a former commissioner who said, yeah, I don't want to do 4-lane Highway 82 through the canyon. I want to make it as difficult as possible for people to get here. And if we 4-lane 82, that's going to make it easier. Well, it certainly made it safer from the old days. And it probably, can you just imagine if we had not 4-laned it, the traffic jam, that it would be like in LA right now, right? Moving around. So I think we have to sort of think about that. Yeah, you can make it hard to get to, and I think it is hard to get to right now. And that's why the Front Range, for the most part, Summit County, their skier numbers are way above ours because it's easy to get to. You fly to Denver and boom, you're there. So, and some of these other resorts are even more difficult to get to, and so they're trying to do some other things like Jackson Hole and Big Sky. They're what I and Telluride. I think they're overbuilding and have overbuilt their lodging community, and now they're trying to figure out how to fill those beds.
Yeah, George, interesting point. If I could just respond, I think one thing certainly that the 4-lane did is it allowed several communities to the north and west of us to become commuter communities. People who may never have considered living in Glenwood or Missouri Heights or other places said, "Hey, I can get on the freeway and be in Aspen much easier. It's much safer and it's much faster now." So the 4-lane did have an impact regarding just the expansion of what are the far reaches of our community. And so our community really extends to Glenwood Springs now, or maybe beyond. Regarding more people going to Summit County, I'm thinking great, good for them, they can have it. I don't think that's my ambition for our community. So I don't have a problem that if the market is growing and if our market share as the percentage doesn't grow as fast as others, I don't think that's a negative for us.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with you at all on that.
Steve?
Okay, let's go to Kelly first. She had her hand up for quite a while, and then Patty.
I just would like to ask John, and I don't know if this is easily found if you already have this. I'm not finding it in my binder, but I'm wondering, you know, do we have comparable growth projections for, you know, our economic activity across, you know, what is the farthest horizon? Because I know Gabe presented trends up through last year. You know, did he provide any look towards the future about, you know, are we talking about parallel growth here? I mean, I do agree with George that there's growth generators in the community, you know, that are, you know, related to this conversation, but outside of this conversation regarding bed days, et cetera. We know we have extra VRBO bed days, but I was curious to see how much of that got used up, how close we got to 100% occupancy this year, just the increased popularity of that in COVID. But is there, you know, can we compare apples to apples here?
Yeah, so I think actually I think Gabe is doing some updated work because of the growth discussions that we're having through community development. So that's outside of this process. So let us take a look and see if we've got some more recent projections along those lines, Kelly. This was done, it was done primarily based on historical trends and then looking forward prescriptively. So what is it that we want to see as a community? Is it, you know, decreased capacity, accommodating that limited growth, accommodating significant growth, maximizing or not? And that's where, so this was kind of, again, a value and vision kind of exercise, but we can, let's look at some of those projections. I think the challenge that we're having, none of this is black and white, right? And you brought up the intensity of use issue, which is a little bit harder for us to, I think, get our arms around in terms of what does intensity of use of existing infrastructure and the change there do for these numbers versus actual new construction or growth, which is lower. And I think that intensity of use is maybe a bigger factor. And I think in my discussions with Cindy, she would, I think she's focused on that too. And Cindy just texted me actually that they're working with the state on economics of construction versus resort, but they're still in the early stages. So what it sounds like to me is there's nobody on the board that wants to be on the far right of this continuum. I think we can eliminate that. That really the conversation we see, and I'm not hearing anyone say decrease capacity, right? What I'm really hearing you guys talk about is what is the space in here and what does it mean for infrastructure? Is that, you know, kind of in this, you know, whether it's current state or in this 0.8 percentage, like if I were to, you know, draw a circle where I think most of your dots would land right now, it would be somewhere in here. So that's narrower. I guess, and if that's the case, I think we can probably start to look at how those projections as we get them line up with that, Kelly. And it really sounds like what we're really talking about is is this a 6 or 7 gate kind of concept moving forward? I think with the ability to expand, but with further public process from the board, that it's designed for that future board expansion. But we're really talking between 6 and 7 gates and a growth rate somewhere where I'm putting this laser pointer. Does that sound about right to you guys?
I still have some comments I wanted to make.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry, Patty.
Yeah, let's go to Patty's comments
Yeah.
first, and then we'll
This
get
stays in
back
track
to
with
your
what you're
question,
saying, John. First of all, Greg, yeah, when you talk about a cap of growth of the airport, growth of anything in our community, we cannot do it alone. We have to have cooperation with the municipalities. We're looking at that with any of our new energy code and all of that. It only makes a difference if we're all playing the same game. So that's a huge thing. So if we're gonna talk about capping numbers, we need to make sure we have partners on board with it, or our efforts are gonna be for naught, because we have to work on that together. The other thing, John, when you talk about the recovery timeline, I'm not sure we're ever gonna recover from COVID. I think people's changes in their behaviors, in their lifestyles, in their modes of transportation, in their levels of employment, living here and working elsewhere. I think that's something that I'm not sure is ever going to recover to where it was pre-COVID. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we move forward. And the other thing about the gates, on the information you gave us in the packet, it says under 6 flex gates, airlines likely unable to flatten schedules to this degree, unlikely to meet the 0.8% target. So does that mean the 6 flex gates will keep us above 0.8? Where that's where we were trying to go with the 7 gates, it's now 1.1?
The discussion was below 0.8.
Okay, so we have a
Yeah.
problem with trying to meet lesser growth goal?
Well, I think that's the discussion you all are having now. So for the vision committee, I think it was a compromise between several different factors. Part of it was the growth that we'd likely start to lose service and maybe come back to either current conditions, and we'll try and pin down that number. You've got to understand that it's going to be within a range, right?
Right. I just wanted to make sure, I
yeah.
just wasn't clear what that meant. It didn't say
And-
it would fall less than 0.8%.
Yeah, it would
Okay.
fall less. I think there is a lot of concern about the ability then to also manage irregular operations better because you have so many areas, times of peak capacity right next to each other, and the customer experience. Yeah.
Thank you.
So that was the compromise there.
And one last thing, before we close this meeting at noon, I think we need to address the concerns of public comment that the board is not receiving it or reading it. Just to tie up this meeting, I think the public needs to know that the board does receive public comment, the board does read it, and it's printed out in our packet, it's updated every time we have a meeting. I think the public there's some members of the public that are concerned that either we're not getting it and reading it, we're not getting it, number one, and if we're getting it, we're not reading it because we're not commenting on it at all of our meetings. So I think we need to clarify that to the public.
Okay, George?
John, when you go back and sort of revisit this growth projection and the number of gates, my question is, those original diagrams, when we were looking at 6, 7, or flex gates, you were putting in those gates smaller planes. So I'm assuming you were putting in the CRJ 700s. But if we're making an assumption in 10, 15, 20 years that those planes will no longer be available, and the larger planes, even the Airbus, perhaps we would not need as many gates because each plane would be able to carry that many more passengers, and isn't that the trend that we're basing this on?
Yeah, and George, we're trying to also project that there would be a scope compliant aircraft would be that 76 seat or under. Now, whether their wingspan, you know, there was a Mitsubishi that was under design that's been put on hold now. Other aircraft that would meet that scope compliance seem to have broader wingspans. We don't know yet, but we're still under the assumption that if the scope clause and the pilot's contract stays the same at those 76-seat aircraft, the manufacturers are going to come up with something. Right now, what we've seen, those are likely to exceed that 95-foot wingspan still. But you're right, as larger planes come in, and what our fleet forecast shows right now is those would most likely be used, if there's an alternative, just during peak seasons. But it does reduce the number of operations. Yeah, there'd be fewer of them. And so if you had all larger planes, you could probably get by with fewer.
Right, yeah.
So, John, you were asking, I mean, I came in here thinking we needed to make enough room for 8 gates, even if we were only using 7. I can see what the Vision Committee, the discussions they had probably were very similar to ours, looking at how much growth might there be if there is growth. And I mean, I definitely think even if it's 0.6%, that is still limited growth. So we need to accommodate limited growth, I think, and I think we're all in that ballpark figure. Whatever the exact figure, whether it's 0.6 or 0.8, is really a moot point because we don't really have control over that. I did spend, to go to Patty's question, I did spend a lot of time thinking about the issues that were raised by Amory Lovins and others, and I did do some research into the CRJ 900 airplane, which now Mitsubishi is controlling that because they bought the Bombardier company. And I think that's probably why Mitsubishi put their other plane on hold, because now they have the CRJ series of planes that they can work with. So I really would like to learn more about something like the CRJ 900. But also that plane has a wingspan less than 9, the wingspan is 81 feet on the CRJ 900. It would land at our airport, but then the question is, there are people in the community wanting us to leave the runway just like it is and not go to a higher classification of, you know, the Class 3 airport. But will the FAA allow that for us is really the big question. So those are a couple of questions I need to have answered going on and into the future that are really critical to our discussion. Can we even stay as, you know, having our wingspan limitation that we have, or is the FAA going to require us to remove this modification of standards and allow the aircraft with wider wingspan? And if they do allow us to keep the modification of standards, is the CRJ 900 a good viable replacement for the CRJ 700? Because I presume it's, you know, a similar airplane made by the same company. It's the current one that they are making now, and so we really need to be answering a couple of these kind of questions going forward in our future discussions. So kind of teeing up things that I need to know going forward before we make these decisions.
Steve, can I add to that too real quick? Because I know
Yeah,
it's
Patty.
noon time. Yeah, there's been some more information about privatizing the airport. that flies against some of the other things we've been told. So I'd like really clarification on what happens if we do privatize the airport at some level. Do we still have any authority? What authority? What about payback of monies? What about the 20-year time frame? I'm getting so much conflicting information that I'm not sure what to believe from who or what not to believe from who. So I'd like some clarification on what really it means, what legal opportunities it provides us, what's taken away from us, what's granted to us, etc. I'd like to have that question answered at some point.
Greg?
Steve? Yeah, thank you, Patty, for bringing that up. I was going to bring that up as well. I think that it's daunting to think about a 20-year time frame on becoming an independent airport. But in 20 years, we might be incredibly grateful that we explored the possibility and perhaps did it. I don't know if it's a good idea, but it's something I feel compelled to understand and understand well enough to know what the costs would be, what the consequences would be. And I think we need to have that conversation as well. I think also I think what I heard you say, John, we're going to be looking at how the number of gates and the gate configuration changes with smaller growth rates, whether it's 0.6 or 0.5 or whatever. It'd be nice to say, what's the optimal growth rate we're going to look for if we have 6 gates? Just trying to figure out where's that sweet spot so that we really understand. If, as Kelly had suggested, a lower aspirational growth rate may get us to 6 gates and tell us that, hey, this is doable with some tarmac space. As I think George mentioned that. So it would be nice to actually have that full palette of options to look at so we can have that fuller conversation. And that palette would certainly include this 20-year independent airport thing, which I think is daunting and probably scary to staff more than it is to me right now, because you probably know more, but I want to hear about it. Thank you.
I can think of one more thing, John, looking into the future and the uncertainty. Our community probably is going to have flying taxis in the not too distant future. And the question arises, where are they going to be staged out of? Are they going to be landing at our airport, or are we going to have a separate location where they are landing, because they can't be getting into the airspace of the fixed wing aircraft coming in. But our terminal might end up being a flying air taxi staging station, and how are we going to accommodate that? We would need square footage, but we might not need the gates with a jetway to accommodate that. So that's just another question of the uncertainty going into the future that somebody is going to have to look at that at some point, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that last one may be a little bit harder to answer until we get some guidance from the FAA, but I do think the questions around privatization and what the consequences of that are something that we can definitely probably answer more specifically, as well as just kind of looking, probably more reverse engineering the 6 gates so you kind of understand both what kind of growth it accommodates and what does that customer experience and employee experience look like, because I think those were the concerns of the Vision Committee.
Thank you.
Great, John, if I could tag on, thank you for that. I really appreciate you addressing that. I think another thing we could talk about, people are concerned about this airport, and with the changes in the FAA funding, I know some of our grants have gone to Colorado Springs, which gives us more breathing room. I think it'd be good to have, once again, just for the community to understand what we're looking at in terms of years, time frame. People are asking that we take a pause. It's like, well, I think we're taking a pause. This is a long-term thing we're talking about. And so maybe a better understanding of the time frame and the decision timeline might help allay people's fears that something is being done too quickly.
And we do have that for the Vision Committee's recommendation. Obviously not for the board yet because we're still working on yours. But the short answer is it's about an 11-year project. And so we can run through the potential phasing as we see it from an engineering perspective. Kelly had brought up last time, I think, the perspective of, where the community's energy is. We did it more from the just an engineering and project perspective. So understanding that phasing may look different as we introduce those other concepts. But we do have that in our slide presentation. We just haven't gotten to it yet. But
Thanks.
that's okay. We need to take the time that you guys need to get through this.
I think we have the time, so thank you for that.
Okay,
So-
we are past our noon time, John, so can you do a quick wrap up and then we'll take our lunch break?
Yeah, well, I think obviously you've given us some homework. We still have a few pieces to get through, but I think it feels like we're getting to the types of issues right now that you need to answer as a board before you can move on in the visioning process. In other words, we've hit the hard stuff. And so Rich and I will circle back. We'll probably change up the presentation a little bit to address some of these questions that have been distributed to you. And we will set up another probably lengthy meeting to get there. Are these 2.5 hour blocks working well? Okay.
And
we'll find another one.
The next one's set up September 15th from 10 to 12, but let's see if we can find additional half hour to put in there for you all.
Yeah, we have agenda issues on the 15th we need to talk about later, so.
Oh, okay, okay.
But we're going
Hey, John
on.
and Rich, I just wanted to, I put something in the chat. I just had a couple of comments. I was using the chat and just want to make sure you got it. Okay.
I
It
did,
was like
Greg.
regarding Gabe Preston's, is he revising his beautiful projections he does based on what's happening with COVID and certainly with recognizing Patty's concerns that the world has changed and it may not change back readily. So we're depending on his crystal ball. And the other thing is just looking at, I think looking at those charts with the airports, it looks as if we're using ASC, using our airport as, we're using it more efficiently perhaps than some of these other airports. We have a level of busyness for a small airport that I think is not seen elsewhere. And so in that regard, maybe it's working, maybe it's optimized. Just a thought.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure you saw those.
2.5 hours.
We've got
Meeting
it.
is now
Thank you,
3
Greg.
hours. Okay, can we adjourn for lunch now? We're stretching our 2.5 hour meeting to 3 hours.
So we'll be back. See everybody at 1 o'clock
Got it.
for budget update at that point. All right.
Thank you.
Well, that'll be fun.
Okay, welcome back. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session for Tuesday, September the 8th. I'm Patty Clapper. I am in the meeting room, but I'm going to be turning the meeting over to Steve Child, who's chairman of the board, and he is zoomed in from home. So Steve, take it away.
Okay, thank you, Patty. And thank you everyone for joining us. We have lots of participants in the next item on our agenda. So we are looking at two things for this item. One is 2020 budget update, which will come first, and then rundown on third quarter budget supplemental requests, which there are quite a few of those. So Connie Baker, I will hand this over to you to carry it. Thank you.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good afternoon. Connie Baker, Pickens County Budget Director. As you said, first 2020 budget update, which sets the ground for even being able to evaluate supplemental requests. This budget update focuses on the general fund and the capital fund. And both of these funds began 2020 with fund balance higher than anticipated. So some great news to start off with. In the general fund in 2019, our revenues exceeded budget. In particular, community development revenues were 47.5% better than budget, and sales tax was 19.6% better than budget. That brought in an extra $2.36 million into the general fund balance. And then in the capital fund, there was about $769,000 in savings, which put us in a better fund balance position also in the capital fund. These results in 2019 allowed us to react quickly when the pandemic hit, and earlier in the spring, the county approved $1,225,000 in supplemental requests out of the general fund to support public health and human services and the county's response. And now in 2020, our sales tax obviously has taken a hit due to the virus and businesses shutting down. Fortunately, we had budgeted to be 2% down in our sales tax. Of course, we're further down than that. Through June, our sales tax is down 7.5%. And our estimate for the year end is to be down 15% compared to 2019. This is a very fluid situation, and the numbers can change a lot month to month. Also, the outlook for our winter months is changing, so we will be revising this number as we go along. But currently, we're expecting to be down 15%. However, unlike other years where there's a recession, we've also had revenues that are up far higher than budget at the same time. Community development has been very busy, and their revenues look like they're on track to be the same amount as 2019, and that would be $1.8 million better. So we're seeing some positive results, and I'm going to try to share my screen and show the some numbers that are in your packet on page 67. Are you able to see the spreadsheet? Yes, okay. I don't see it on my end. If you can see it, that's great. So while we have some revenue sources that are down a little bit, property tax we're expecting down because of abatements. Sales tax minus 15% over last year would be $465,000 less in the general fund. But other revenues that are higher bring total revenue projections for 2020 to $1.4 million better than budget. I'm not sure how far down you can see. Let me check. Okay. On the expenditure side, we have expenditure savings in the general fund, about $300,000 in personnel, other savings in technical services, training and travel, and so forth. We also have some budgeted savings this brings our net savings anticipated in the general fund to about $392,000. I think the results will probably come in better than that, but at the moment, that's what I'm going to call out for this projection. In the capital fund, our sales tax revenue will be down about $100,000. And then we do have some savings in a few projects, which would bring $679,000 in expenditure savings. Questions so far? Okay.
Don't see any.
I'm sorry?
I don't see any questions, Connie.
Okay. Let's see. Are you able to, let me try sharing again.
We've got it, Connie.
Do you see the one with the colored bar chart?
Yep, yes.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. So this shows projected fund balances. And the reason this is important is as we're looking at requests and then as we're going into the 2021 budget process, this is really our starting point. So the 2020 beginning fund balances, as I mentioned, are better than what we were estimating. Then the next column shows the approved 2020 budget, and we were planning on spending part of that fund balance. The next column over shows 2020 supplemental requests, including all of the requests that will be presented to you today. We then have the revenue projections from the previous pages and the expenditure projections. And then that brings us to the year-end projected fund balance results. For general fund unassigned fund balance, that would be the blue font, it's $2.8 million better than we were anticipating when we originally did the 2020 budget. And for the capital fund, the numbers in red, it's $1.3 million better than we were originally anticipating. So overall, we're in a stronger position, even despite the revenue shortfalls in sales tax for the pandemic. Questions on this?
Steve, Connie?
Yes.
I'm looking at different numbers than the numbers you just quoted. So unassigned, can you go over those numbers again? Because it looks like you had the difference, but...
Oh, in the fund balance?
Right. Well, I was just following you with the numbers, but you were quoting different numbers than was on this chart, so I'm a little confused.
So the revenue projections should be the same as what's shown earlier in your memo, and also the expenditure projections in those two columns. The 2020 supplementals are listed down below the bar chart. And let's see.
You might need to scroll down. We can't see below the chart.
Let me see if I can.
There you go.
There.
There we go. So it shows the emergency budget resolutions, second quarter supplemental request, and then the proposed third quarter request that will come out of the general fund and one out of the capital fund. So that's the total coming out of fund balance for 2020 supplementals. Our revenue projections, we're expecting 1.4 million more in general fund, 100,000 less in capital fund. Expenditure savings expected in 2020. And this all gets added together with our starting fund balance. And so both starting fund balances for the unassigned general fund and the capital fund are higher than we originally anticipated. We budgeted to spend down part of the fund balance, add in the subtract out the supplemental requests, add the revenue and expenditure projection, that would leave us with an unassigned general fund balance at the end of 2020 of about $5 million. We'll fund about $1.7 million.
Okay.
And so if we compare that with what we had originally planned when we put together the 2020 budget last year, general fund would be about $2.8 million better than what we originally planned, and the capital fund $1.3 million better than originally planned. Other questions?
Not seeing any questions, Connie.
Okay. I'm not sure how I can stop sharing my screen. Oh, here we go. Meeting controls. There we go. So if there are no questions on the budget update, I'd like to move on to the supplemental requests for the third quarter. We have quite a number of requests, and many of them you'll see are grant related, where they actually have very little impact on fund balance. So I'd like to go ahead and start with one in the Public Health Fund, a harm reduction grant, and Kelly and Jenny will be presenting this one.
Thank you, Connie. This is Kelly Pazar with Human Services and Public Health Finance, and I'll be starting off with one budget supplemental request from Public Health Department. You might remember in 2017, the Human Services and Public Health Departments worked together to apply for a co-responder grant that was offered by the Colorado Office of Behavioral Health. We were awarded about $362,000 a year for 5 years, which was great. We named this program PACT, P-A-C-T, which is an acronym for the Pitkin Area Co-Responder Team. In 2018, we hired Jessica Beaulieu as the program manager for the PACT program. She did a great job launching the program, but she moved away from the Valley in February. And I'd like to introduce you to her replacement, Jenny Lyons, who will tell you about a new grant we just received to supplement the PACT program work. Jenny?
Hi, thanks so much, Kelly, and thanks for having me here today. So I began as the PACT program manager in March of this year, and I'm thrilled to be here and be doing this work, especially at this time in our kind of collective history here. As Kelly mentioned, PACT started in 2018 with planning and preparation, and then the actual co-responder, who is a clinician who responds to 911, police, and the 3 law enforcement agencies actually in Pitkin County, began in May of 2019 when Mind Springs Health was able to hire someone for that position. And since then, we've gone through a couple of different staffing models and so forth, but the new grant is going to allow us to increase our staffing by basically 100% for the mental health side of our staffing. So we would have a second co-responder clinician who will be able to respond to calls with our current clinician a total of 7 days a week, 10 hours a day. And then also, the harm reduction grant would provide money for a case manager who would work with people that are either identified through PACT active calls or by referrals from other agencies such as ACCHA or Open Space and Trails. And in particular, this person will be looking to intersect with and engage with folks who are having an issue with substance use but have not yet come into contact with law enforcement, hoping to kind of head that off at the pass, offer them resources and help before their condition worsens to a place where they are involved with the courts and law enforcement. PACT has been really busy recently. We had our co-responder was on a total of 25 active calls in July of this year. I don't have our August stats quite yet, but that was compared to 13 active calls in June and 9 active calls in March. She was out some in April and May, so I didn't include those numbers. But at this point, I'd love to open it up to any questions you might have about this grant or the PACT program.
Well, no questions, Jenny, but welcome, belated welcome if you've been working since March already. And we haven't been seeing people in person since March, so it's good to see you here on our Zoom call.
Thank you.
And I'd like
to get that grant and be able to spend it for something so worthwhile. Kelly?
Yeah, I'd just like to mention that the grant is for $320,000 a year, potentially for 4 total years. The supplemental is just for half of the first year, for July through December of this year. So the supplemental right now is just for $160,000, not the full amount. The rest will be budgeted in 2021.
Okay, George?
Yeah, I was just having a question where the, you had the total new appropriations were 131,617, and the grant is 160. So we have a net gain in this?
That's correct.
Yeah, yes, we do, because some of it was already funded through the budget process. So this is replacing some monies that we were already budgeted for. Connie, can you say that better?
Yeah. So many of the grants will have an administrative cost built in. Those administrative costs would be a part of Kelly's time in tracking the financials or a part of other staff members' time that we already have budgeted. So it's really helping to reimburse us for costs that we already had included in our budget. So yes, it is a net gain.
Okay, thanks.
Kelly?
Thank you. Hi, Jenny, welcome aboard. As Steve said, nice to meet you, and thanks for all your hard work. And congratulations on this grant, to you and Kelly. That's fantastic. I guess I'm wondering, with regards to the grant, was this because were we awarded the grant because we had a current program? Did that sort of advantage our application in that way? And is the grant thoroughly committed for the 4-year period at this point, or do you have to go back to CDPHE to give updates or additional requests?
I'll take that to the best of my knowledge. Thank you for the welcome, Kelly. And so the first question is about did we have an advantage because the program was already running? I believe that we may have, but the harm reduction grants are actually for a pretty wide variety of different programs. So I'm not sure how much that played into it. So I think we're maybe one of 2 co-responder programs that are being funded this way. The rest of the grants that are being given are for really different kinds of projects. And I hope to learn more about them as we get a little bit further into it. I'm also happy to research that and send you an email with the details. And then as well, I would say that the money is not thoroughly committed. We do, of course, just like all of our other grants from the state, have to meet our reporting requirements and so forth, but we would not need to do another application process to receive the money for those additional years.
Okay, thank you. And you sort of gave me a follow-up question then. In our budget review process, will we hear a little bit of an update on the measures of the PACT program and how it's doing?
As of yet, I've not been specifically asked to do that for you, but I'm happy to make that either part of the process or come back another time with some updates. One other thing that this harm reduction grant is partially funding will be a data consultant to help us really refine the data that we have and that we can collect on the PACT program to show its impact. So I'm hoping that once I've been working with them for a couple of months, we'll have some really beautiful and very telling statistics to share with you.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great.
All right, thanks. Sorry, Paul, that I'm late. Somehow I couldn't manage to get on, but now I'm here. I'm glad to be here. And thank you, Kelly and Jenny, for being here. I just wanted to just go and look at the numbers real quick on professional services. Police department, it looks like 29,530, and then mental health contractor to be determined who, 90,630. That's for an FTE in the mental health contractor, or how do you? I'm just looking at those two numbers and want to make sure I understand them.
Not an FTE. These would be contracted services.
Oh, got it. Right. It's not an equivalent then, or might be multiple people. Got it.
Correct.
Okay.
The line for the mental health services contractor is intended to cover the cost of that second co-responder and the full-time case manager.
Okay.
And then the money that would be appropriated to the Aspen Police Department is to cover the portion of the human services officer. And I believe that paying for some portion of law enforcement was a requirement of this grant.
Great. All right. Well, we know how valuable it is and how valuable it's become in the last year. So I think it's great.
Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, am I unmuted? Yes, and just a reminder, Greg, to your question, that's for 6 months. Those line items there are just 6 months, if it looked low.
Okay, I think we could go ahead, Connie.
If there are no other questions, we'll move on to the next supplemental request. The next request is out of the Human Services Fund, and it's for an emergency solutions grant. And Nan and Kelly will present this.
Hi, everybody. Nan Sundin, Human Services Director, and it's snowing outside my window, so I just want to notice that. Anyway, and I'm in Aspen. So when COVID hit, you all will remember that part of our obligation was it was March, it was cold. We set up an emergency shelter for the homeless in our building. And then in April, we set up the safe outdoor space at the Intercept lot. And in June, we applied for funding to the Division of Local Affairs for what they call Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG, to help us pay for COVID-related services to the homeless. We were awarded $70,000. This is an unusual grant for us to apply for. Usually Catholic Charities gets this money, and it kind of automatically goes through the balance of state continuum of care. I'm using state homeless terms here. But Catholic Charities was not interested in applying when we were. So we have the dubious honor of receiving these funds now. And we will be able to get reimbursed for our emergency shelter. We will be able to get reimbursed for much of the cost of the safe outdoor space, but not all of them. We are able to get awarded for street outreach is the term that's used in the grant. We have to establish a data program where we're using the Homeless Management Information System, HMIS. The homeless shelter doesn't use this data system, and that's what's keeping us from getting these state and federal dollars. So we're contracting with West Mountain Regional Health Alliance to start this data entry. We're hoping that the homeless shelter will become a data point in the near future in order for us to be eligible for COVID CV2 money. We got COVID 1 money. Anyway, so on this supplemental, you'll see some of the expenditures in serving the homeless and then the revenue. And we have to spend this money by March of 2021. There is an application process, as I said, for COVID 2 dollars. let me just back up. This pot of money was $7 million statewide, and we got 70,000. COVID-2 will have 22 million statewide, and we will be applying again to help us cover winter shelter costs or street outreach or whatever we need to do. So we're excited to be the recipients of this. It's a heavy lift now with the data entry, but I think our partners are willing to take it on, and we're really grateful. We haven't gotten a contract yet. It's due to us October 1st, but as soon as we get it, we want to hit the ground running and pull as much of the reimbursements as we can. Kelly, did you want to add anything, Pazar? Okay. Any questions?
I have a question going into the winter. When have you made any progress, Nan, with the committee on figuring out where we're going to do homeless shelter for this winter? Because we probably will have costs associated with that.
Yeah, we haven't figured out a solution yet. We have some irons in the fire, so to speak, and we have committees that are galvanizing this week. A committee that I'm working on is about looking at whether or not we have a space in place and the infrastructure for a year-round safe outdoor space. Another committee is looking at hotels and potential spaces for congregate or shelter. And you know, there were a lot of good ideas that were generated from the Housing Stability Task Group. And so we're hoping, you know, within the next few weeks to start to narrow the ideas and present solutions to the community.
Okay, thanks, Nan, for the update on that. Any questions from the commissioners? Not seeing any hands go up, so
no other questions.
I think we're good.
Great. Then the next supplemental request is also from Human Services, and I want to commend Nan and her team. You'll see there are 4 different grants presented here in these supplemental requests. So on top of their already heavy workload, they've been out applying for grants and bringing in more funding to support the programs that they're doing. This next one is non-congregate shelter FEMA public assistance.
Thanks, Connie. Yep, so the next thing that we did in the spring was we applied to the state for FEMA public assistance to provide what they call non-congregate shelter. And that is where we have a contract with Mountain Chalet to provide rooms for people who have been exposed to, who have COVID and can't isolate safely at home, who have been exposed to COVID and can't quarantine safely at home, or who are high risk of getting COVID and vulnerable for a number of reasons. All 3 have to be ordered by public health or by a physician, and then we have this great relationship with Mountain Chalet where they're providing a room and meals 3 times a day to support people staying in place during COVID. We were approved for 65 beds. And so far we have 11 people who have used it. And in all of those 11 cases, it's been life-changing and supportive. And so this is just giving us permission to spend the money that we will then bill back through the FEMA portal for public assistance.
George?
Yeah, Nan, what's the average stay? So is the quarantine staying for 2 weeks or longer, shorter? How's that working out?
Yeah, the shortest stay is 10 days, and more average is the 14 days of the quarantine. we do have some vulnerable adults who are staying longer, while our case management team is working on longer-term housing solutions for them.
And then you have someone from health services or the hospital that comes in for testing to determine when those folks are ready to
Yeah,
able to
yeah, there is no post-testing. For the people who, it's really snowing, I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted, it's so exciting. So we follow public health guidance for, based on whatever the person is presenting. And so we have a case manager, Sarah McNamara, who will stay in touch with those people, make sure they have what they need, they're getting the meals, that they're getting mental health support if they need it. And then we release them on the day that public health says, you know, they no longer need to quarantine or isolate.
Oh, great, thanks.
Yeah?
Kelly?
Hi, Nan, thanks, and thanks to Mountain Chalet for their partnership.
Yeah.
What is the duration of this? How I understand you bill the money as you spend it, but is it cut off? Like, is it through the end of the year? Is it through the end of March?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's a good question. So every month we get a notice from the state about whether FEMA has extended it one more month. So, and actually today, September 8th is the day that it ends. We've been reassured that it will be extended again for another month, but it is month to month from FEMA, and the state has to basically submit a needs assessment every month to let them know that it's still needed. I'm really hoping that it would last through the winter, and we've spent, what did I say, somewhere around 36,000, and we're approved up to 116,000. But month to month we limp along, waiting for the feds to decide if it's still available.
Okay, well, let us know if you need any help with advocacy on that, either at the state emergency management office or our federal delegation.
Sure, happy to do it.
Any other questions?
Not seeing any.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have a Veterans Assistance Grant, and Sam Lander-Casper is here to present this one.
Hi there. So the Veterans Assistance Grant is a grant that we applied for through the State of Colorado Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. It's pretty open-ended funding, but we chose to write a program that's going to specifically focus on housing for veterans who are struggling with housing. So that can either go towards emergency housing for unexpected homelessness, or it can also go towards kind of a stipend program that'll help local Pickens County veterans stabilize their housing. The total grant was for $20,000. However, we are planning on spending the first $10,000 by the end of this year. So that's why we're writing the supplemental at this time. Let's see, I think that pretty much covers it. Am I missing anything? Kelly or Connie, I think that's the gist, yes? Great.
Any questions from the board?
So, yes, Samuel, if the $10,000, if there's somebody who needs rental assistance, or if several individuals need that, the money could disappear pretty quickly. And I think if there is some way we could leverage that money to get, perhaps get some other assistance from somewhere else, or have it be a payback kind of a thing where they can get a loan to get them through a tough spot, and then the veteran could pay back into it, or some program like that, I think would be good to do if we're able.
Yes, we would like to look into ways we can supplement this. We can't require folks to pay it back as it's grant funding But we look at it as something we can help use to augment additional housing funds that we have and work with the Housing Coalition to really have wraparound services for our veterans. So hopefully this additional bit of funding will just be an extra bit of help that we can use for those cases where folks are needing case management to maintain their housing. So we're hoping that we can stretch it out. We don't have an exceptional amount of demand right now. So we're pretty hopeful that this $20,000 will be pretty effective over the course of the year.
I don't know if you said this, Sam, but just a reminder that the Housing Stability Coalition has stated as its goal to end chronic and veteran homelessness and to find a pathway to end all homelessness. So the fact that this group had done all that work was part of the background that helped Sam capture these dollars. We will have the opportunity with the new veterans officer to connect with the West Slope veterans officers and really try to match some of our funding with other federal funding that's available to end veteran homelessness.
Okay. Yet another terrific program. Thank you for bringing that to us, Sam. And I don't see any questions from the commissioners. So Connie, let's go on to the next one.
Yeah, and Sam has the next request also. It's for an economic assistance eligibility specialist.
Yep, so this one is in the response to the increased caseload that the Economic Assistance Office has seen in response to COVID. In many areas, our applications went up at one point up to 600%. Our caseload has doubled with food assistance. That's going to be ongoing for some time. And we were able to bring on, well, over the course of the pandemic, we brought on a lot of temporary staff, but we do have one staff member who has been working with us as a eligibility specialist. So this person has taken on training so that they're able to process applications, maintain caseloads, and really help my staff be able to keep up with the increased workload. We would have requested to keep this position as a temporary term limited position for 18 months. However, I think for this supplemental, we're just speaking to the rest of this year, and that total cost being just over $30,000. However, we are going to be able to bill or draw down funding for this worker from a number of different grants and other funds that we have, such as CARES Act funding, our Community Support Block Grant funding, Colorado Works or TANF funding. So we hope that and believe that most of the costs associated with this position will be offset by drawing down these funds from other areas based on the work that this person is doing, which also does include outreach work to help strengthen the SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and decrease the number of people who are eligible for that program but not enrolled, as we're trying to bring those dollars in to help our residents through the pandemic.
As Sam mentioned, we will include this position in the 2021 budget as a term limited position through the end of 2021 if the board so approves. And again, it should have minimal impact on fund balance. Normally bringing on positions, we like to do that just in the regular budget process. However, a term limited just through the end of 2021 is really more of a one-time expenditure, not an ongoing, which is why it's being brought at this time.
Hi, I think
Kelly,
Steve's
go ahead.
given me to go ahead. Okay. I understand in my checking in with Anne, and maybe Connie, you have some information on this too, about our expenditure reimbursement request for the CARES Act dollars. that is still processing from the amount that was passed through the state, and that our board has had various conversations and approvals regarding. And so is there an opportunity for this position to get funded in that similar process? Even if it's not in the first request, there is a reserve amount that the state has held back for counties to then come and submit, their additional expenditures. And so I'm wondering, is it possible to recoup that?
Yeah, we're working on, or Anne is working on really including everything possible in that CARES Act request. And we have a lot of expenditures that we're able to apply against that. So anything that's not covered, this position will be covered directly by some CSBG money. So that portion of it we could not request from CARES. But anything left over that does not have another funding source, yes, we can.
So the amount that we would appropriate right now is possible for the reimbursement request, since that has to be expenditures for this year. And then the next portion for next year would be part of our budget conversation. And we don't know if that'll get extended, but this first part could potentially be covered.
Yes, yes.
The state just notified us that they got 1.8 million more in CARES Act dollars that they're pushing through to our admin allocation. So, for us that might be $4,000, but it helps. And, we anticipate the ability to cover these expenses through the Human Services Fund.
Other questions?
Okay, don't see any questions, Connie. Go on ahead.
Okay, the next request is for Human Services COVID administrative costs. Nan, would you like to kick that off?
Sure. Are you sick of us? Yes. There's only 2 more. Hang in there. So when COVID hit, our team was very nimble and responded quickly with the Emergency Assistance Fund and needed to staff up at that point to manage the volume that we had, which was enormous, to provide over $2 million out for housing, utility, food, and other cost support to people who lost their jobs right away. So you'll see in this request really the administrative cost of managing those funds and hiring temp help and some of the supplies and computers. We have found in the last week over $19,000 that was reimbursed through the state for overtime of our regular staff. So we're anticipating that the not covered amount is about $123,176. We're thinking that we would like to ask Aspen and Snowmass Village to help us with some of these costs if you think that's appropriate. The Aspen would be about 65% of the costs based on how the funds were distributed in what towns and what municipalities. Snowmass Village would be about 18% at $22,000. Pitkin would be about 17%. I don't know if they would be able to support us with CARES Act dollars that they've gotten, where they've gotten reimbursed. But if we don't get reimbursed, it will leave our Human Services Fund balance vulnerable. So this request is for us to have spent the money, which we did already, and to also get reimbursed either by the general fund or by our municipal partners.
And I'll add there that the transfer from the general fund is to make Human Services Fund whole for this expenditure, and the amount is really an up to amount. As Nan mentioned, $19,000 has already been reimbursed through the state, so it would be $19,000 less. if there are other contributions or grant sources that come in, the amount the general fund contributes will be that much less. So the appropriation is just an up to, but not necessarily that full amount.
And I would just add, Kelly, pursuant to your previous question, these are expenses that are also eligible for CARES Act reimbursement. And so these are costs that we'll be including as a reimbursement request. We'll see what we get. We're definitely going to be over the 1.5 million.
Yeah, well, and I'll just note that for the board that, you know, our 1.5 was a per capita allocation, but there is a 10% reserve that the group that I sit on is trying to figure out what the criteria are for accessing that reserve. You know, the discussed intention now is to go to communities that had additional, you know, emergency response needs such as ours, because we were in an early hotspot, et cetera, et cetera. So my hope would be that once we figure out that criteria, it would let Pickens County go back and apply for the additional above and beyond the 1.5 million per capita allocation.
Hi, Martha. My grandfather, Leon Pickney, is a resident with you guys.
Okay, let's go to Patty and then Greg.
Yeah, John, I'm going to look to John Peacock on this one. I think it would be appropriate to speak with City Manager at Snowmass and Aspen about some cost sharing in here. And if we use it and get reimbursed with CARES money, CARES Act money, we can work out the details. But, you know, I know that everybody's being hit financially, but so are we. And for us to be taking the full cost for services and benefits that went out to their constituents, I think it would be appropriate. But I don't know if it might want to come from county manager to city manager, might be the best way to approach that. I don't know.
Yeah, and there is also another discussion going on where Snowmass is looking at pushing CARES Act dollars to the county for some public health expenses and such right now. So we can bring that whole package back to you. But the municipalities have been definitely partnering with us in these areas.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. Thank you, John.
Greg.
Yeah, I was going to bring up Patty's question. And then also just to know what our, I was just thinking, you know, we had the fund itself that we distributed, which was, I don't have the exact number, but we're a couple million plus in. And then I was just wanting to look at, this is going to help us understand what the actual cost was to disperse those funds. So going forward, we'll have a good idea of what it actually takes to have a fund like this and to administer it. And I think you all did an amazing job under pressure in a short period of time to put this together and make it happen. So all I can say is kudos to everybody. And now we have an idea of what it costs to do something like this, because it's possible we'll be doing it again soon or keep doing it.
Yeah, I believe it was very close to 2.4 million we distributed in Pickens County.
And so the total amount, just want to make sure I'm not adding too much in. Is the total budget for this distribution at the 1.668? Then is that what was spent to do to keep? Or am I looking at the 286? Sorry, I'm rushing into this, and I want to make sure I understand it.
Well, it starts with our original budget, which is 1.525 for human services. And then it has the added 143,000 up to that amount, which adjusts the fund budget up to 1.6 million. That is not the money that we distributed at all. That's just the human services budget.
That's your annual human services budget. Right. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was clear that what we actually spent to distribute that money was more in the, the 140. It's a 10% range or 5% range is what we're looking at.
Yes, it's more in the 5% range because we already found 20,000. So, but we're looking to up to 143,000 if we have to transfer.
Okay, Connie, I think we're good on this one.
Okay. The next supplemental request is for the Mountain Voices project. And funding for this would come half from the Healthy Community Fund and half from a general fund grant. And Nan will explain this.
So you all may remember that in July, a group called Mountain Voices Project came to you and presented their idea to offer some COVID relief by working with landlords and tenants to have basically landlords reduce rents by a third, tenants to pay a third, and a fund to pay a third. They're looking at this as a regional project, Aspen to Parachute, and they were asking for an initial amount of $50,000 up to $250,000 from Pitkin County. They also requested $100,000 going up to more for Garfield County, and they requested money from Eagle County. Eagle County approved $30,000 as a start cost, and Garfield's still waiting to see what Pitkin does. My recommendation to you all is to approve the $50,000, to give them the money in $25,000 increments, to require that they use other federal and state funds for housing relief before they use this option, and that any future funding would really depend on availability and the success of the program. I did recommend 25 come from the Healthy Community Fund and 25 from the general fund. I can tell you that the Citizen Grant Review Committee doesn't love the idea of the Healthy Community Fund funding outside of the cycle. And so I've done my best to take responsibility for that recommendation. We have done it a few times. We did it for Aspen Family Connections. There are times when the cycle, the budget grant request cycle is not conducive to an application. I do think that future funding for this group would depend on coming in through the Healthy Community Fund grant request. They did not submit a request for 2021, just FYI. So anyway, I think that's what I have to say. I think it's a valuable pilot project.
I just offer a word of support for both Nan and the Grant Review Committee. The Grant Review Committee is correct that budget best practice is to see everything at one time. However, these are unique circumstances, highly unique circumstances, and does require some flexibility, which is what Nan's recommending.
Okay, lots of hands. George, then Greg, then Kelly.
Yeah, so Nan, looking at your memo, this was one of my concerns. It looks like you've captured it in terms of determining how our funds will be utilized. The memo says support to go to Pitkin County individuals and families, and then a clarification in the contract on release of funds. And so we'll be able to monitor that and get a report on that, how those dollars are actually being utilized in the county?
Yeah, thank you, George. And that actually is still a lingering question. It came up at your meeting on July 13th or 15th that some of you were interested in making sure that it would support Pitkin individuals or families. Some were not as wedded to that idea. I can tell you that Mountain Voices would prefer that we not establish that requirement so that they can serve people from Aspen to Parachute regardless of where they live. But I think that's a question in terms of direction for all of you. And then the second part of that is, yes, I will be monitoring outcomes with them to determine the release of the second 25. And we'll see how they do.
Yeah, I mean, that was really one of my concerns in terms of supporting this going forward. And I think I had a couple of different tiers on that. I think the first tier for me was Pickens County individuals and families. I think the next tier I would consider would be those individuals and families who live outside the county but can show employment in Pickens County. But I don't really support utilizing our dollars down the parachute for individuals and families who are not working in Pickens County.
I don't think it would be difficult for them to determine that people either live in Pitkin or have been working in Pitkin. I think that's a fair compromise.
Okay, well, I would support it along those lines.
Thanks. I think I agree with George. What I heard from George and what Nan articulated it, that makes sense to me. I do want us to think about being, we're a community that extends beyond Pickens County, but these funds should be focused on our county residents, or at least our workers. And I think I agree with that. The question I had was, I heard you say that they did not apply for the 2021 HCF cycle, which kind of concerns me. Are they going to come back again this time next year, or am I missing something? Are they going to come outside the cycle again?
Well, I think it was a missed opportunity for sure. And I'm hoping that the option is that we could find other funding, maybe private foundation, to match them. But they will find themselves after this 50,000 wondering what to do next.
Is there any way, Nan, that we can give them a nudge so they don't do that again, and maybe also help them? I wouldn't mind saying, in another year, if we're going to be doing this again, should we talk about that now and be prepared, but then also make sure that they get in line and get into the process and into the regular cycle. It sounds as if this isn't going to go away, but that's, just trying to think ahead.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for the gap. I did have a conversation with some of them that it was a missed opportunity to apply for 2021 funding from the Healthy Community Fund.
Kelly?
Hi, Nan. So I'm wondering, it's been a month since we heard them present, and they had already had some seed money committed. So do you know, have they been able to engage, participants in the program at this point?
What I know is that they are still negotiating with the Garfield Housing Authority, who will be their fiscal agent. So I don't believe that they've been able to practice at all, but they have been working on locating landlords who might be interested in the conversation. So the footwork is still happening, and of course, all of it will depend on their final agreement with Garfield Housing Authority, who would be their fiscal agent. So I don't know, John, if that means it's an IGA and not a contract. I told them I really don't want to give the money to Garfield County for that reason, but if I have to, then that's what it is. Yeah, I can see your face. You don't have to speak. I see it. Yeah, I think it's an IGA with Garfield County, and yeah, that would be the first step.
Steve?
Kelly next, and then Patty.
I'm done, thanks.
Okay, Patty?
Okay, Kelly, I was gonna bring that up too, the work to date. What have they accomplished since we saw them in July? I don't really want our seed money going to anything but actual work, not talking with landlords who might wanna come into the project. We want this money to go to the people who need it, not to the efforts to create a program that may not get anywhere. So I think that's important. I agree with George on it should be for Pickens County residents or those who work in Pickens County as the last resort. And if they were encouraged or directed to apply for the Healthy Community Fund grant for 2021, they've missed their date, right, Nan? I mean, the grant applications, or they still have time to get in a grant application?
No, they weren't directed to do it. We noticed it after the deadline.
Okay.
And that could have been partially an error on my part as well. I mean, they were frantically trying to get jurisdictional support, and I think Mountain Voices, they, you know, their whole philosophy is that they really don't want to rely for the most part on government funding. They want to find other funding. I think this is a unique partnership, and I think it just didn't occur to them. So.
Well, I think next time around it might be a hard sell to the grant fund committee to say they're coming in late again because of circumstances, but and it's going to be a hard way for us to come up with more dollars to fund it because I think we're going to still be getting hit by other needs. So that's something to consider in the future, and we'll just have to see how it pans out.
Yeah, I don't think it will go well if they come in the same way next year. You know, so yeah. So I think I consider this still a pilot project. There's other funding that's helping with COVID relief, and so let's see how this one fits. And we'll focus on spending on Pickens families or Pickens families that are working, and that the funding needs to be for housing relief and not for program administration.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I would be in favor of, you know, putting the 50,000 in. Noting that many of the healthy community organizations that we help support, they don't all necessarily have direct something that is really a huge impact in Pickens County, but it's impacting the whole community, including people who work up here. So I think this is similar to it. Also, the Mountain Voices Project is made up of a whole bunch of partner organizations, I think, some of whom we might support otherwise through Healthy Community Fund. I can't recall the exact ones, but it is a conglomeration of different organizations working together to help solve this problem. So I think we're on the right side of doing the right thing by supporting it. And certainly try to support our Pickens County families who live here and those who work here as much as we can. So, any other questions from the board? Just so for everybody's clarification, we're going to see all this tomorrow in our meeting tomorrow, and we'll be voting on them then.
Yeah, we'll have first reading of the resolution tomorrow. The next two requests are from the jail. I don't know if Kim Valerio is on the phone.
No, she's here. Do you want Kim over here? And Steve, we have a lot more to go over, and it's already after our 2 o'clock time, just so we give a heads up on that, please.
Yeah, we might need to speed up our presentations and discussion on this, Connie. I don't know how. There's a lot of things to cover. We need to cover them all.
Good? Okay.
Good.
I'll try to hurry, Steve. So this is for the jail-based behavioral services supplemental request. We went through the emergency, but this is for the supplemental to put it into the budget. Jail-based behavioral services is it's a program to provide behavioral health services, substance abuse, substance use disorder treatment, and mental health for inmates. We do that in many different ways, having the adequate staff to do health screenings, prescribe the psychiatric medication, provide the mental health counseling through group sessions, individual sessions, and substance use disorder treatment, same way, and also transition into the community, transitional care. And that's kind of a real exciting one for us, to have more resources and funds to help them in that transitional period. We can train jail staff on how to manage, how to deal with, how to talk to someone with substance use disorder or mental health, and that's very beneficial to us. We're trained to provide security, so this is something that we have to deal with, and we have to try to do it right. It also funds some administrative costs to the jails. And this fund has prioritized for smaller rural jails that may not have some of those resources. So we're excited about this program. It's going to provide, we've 40 hours a week mental health treatment, substance use disorder treatment, like I said, through group, through individual. And the big key, I think, for us is having some of those resources when they leave. We've already looked at putting, bags together with hygiene items and clothing and able to help provide some housing or be able to have resources to go to buy some clothes or any of those things they need. So huge program for us. Previously, we were in the catchment grant with numerous counties, and our portion was about $20,000. And so this is about a $210,000+ increase. So that's the program.
Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, any board questions? Both of these grants for the telehealth equipment and the jail-based behavioral services are net zero, so we'll be fully reimbursed for our costs.
Okay, not seeing any hands raised.
Okay.
Tim, you want to do that one?
You want to do the telehealth?
Sure. And so the telehealth is the next one, and it was for $22,877. Again, this was an OBH funds, and this and I don't know if it came about because of COVID, but this really perfect timing, I guess I would say. And again, for rural jails, that it helps with all kinds of things. We have the 40-hour mental health, but if we need some extra or some additional psychiatric, a provider's not available right then, we can use the telehealth. We can also use it for medical if we have someone that we have a provider weekly, but if we need someone that may need some additional care, they can actually use this like telehealth. I know you guys have all seen and heard about that. So this, again, was no cost to us, but it helps us provide some additional care for inmates.
Great, no objections on my part.
Greg?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Kim. And so this sounds like it's a supplemental to the care that we're providing in-house already. When they talk about rural jails, I think of little, one-room jails out in the plains or something, and I never think of us that way. And I know we have mental health resources locally, so this isn't replacing them, but this will be supplementing them for when we have a need beyond what can be offered locally. Is that correct? Is that the best way to interpret it?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're not actually replacing people in person with a telehealth as a convenience or as a cost-saving measure.
Correct. No, we're not. It's for those instances when we need that additional provider, whether it be mental health, substance abuse or substance use, and or medical. That it may save us from taking someone to Denver to a specialist in a medical situation. The medical staff told me they can actually have a tool that they can actually look in your throat and things like that. So yeah, it's interesting.
Well, great. I thank you for applying, and I'm glad that we know about it and through you, and that I would approve of it, certainly.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Thanks for waiting.
Of course.
Thanks, Kim.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
Our next request is
Watch out
from
for the
Emergency
snow out there.
Management, and it is for additional wildfire public outreach.
Hello, everyone. Valerie McDonald, Pickens County Emergency Manager. We knew going into this fire season it was going to be bad. All the predictive services we use indicated it would be hot, it would be critical fire weather, plus the entire state's in an extreme drought. Getting the word out to the public about the danger and what they can do to mitigate their risk and be ready to evacuate is critical. Emergency management in the Sheriff's Office has $26,000 in our annual budget to accomplish this task. Sheriff DeSalvo, anticipating that conditions would worsen and warrant us going into fire restrictions, asked the 3 fire departments to chip in $5,000 each towards the effort. Aspen Fire, Roaring Fork Fire Rescue, and Carbondale Fire all agreed. The intent is to make sure the public's informed. If we didn't have this money, it is that all public safety agencies would do their own messaging, and I'm sure that you can see the value of making sure we have an accurate, consistent message which comes out of the emergency management office to ensure the public's aware and prepared to take action. Are there any questions for me on this $15,000?
George and then Craig.
So Valerie, this is more of a reimbursement for monies you've already spent in terms of doing outreach, et cetera?
Pretty much. We knew we would spend more than the $26,000 in my budget. Once we go into fire restrictions and we start running newspaper ads to make sure that all the guests know about it, it gets much more expensive. Altogether, I've probably spent closer to 50 grand. I did get money from the Public Safety Council as well to help with the evacuation planning, so we could do the multimedia comprehensive campaign. So yes, they chipped in towards the total balance.
Right. It's not so much going forward, but again, just recovering costs that's already been expended.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
So Valerie, I'm hoping that this helps. I know in previous conversations when it comes down to fire education about fire and outreach, it just seems like it's exasperating because I know how hard you work to try to get the word out and how deaf people in the community seem at times when they really should be paying attention to this. And so what I'm wondering is, I'm sure it's necessary. We're making up for a budget already spent, as I understand it. Are you going to be okay going forward? Like, do you anticipate that the community is getting the message? Is it effective? Is the money well spent?
I believe so. I mean, the alternative is to do nothing, and that's not an option the way we see it. I mean, I'm almost afraid to ask if you haven't seen everything we've done this summer. I wouldn't understand that because we have been everywhere. I can't think of any way we could get the word out that we didn't. So good question. I think, we've been incredibly fortunate, but this summer with all the active fires around us in Northwest Colorado alone, I mean, yesterday we had a red flag warning, critical fire weather. Today it's snowing, but I am here to tell you that this wet and cold weather we're experiencing today is not a wildfire season ending event. We had our region call this morning, and the National Weather Service said that warm temperatures will rebound and precip will be lower than normal. So we're not out of it yet. Now is not the time to let our guard down. I hope people are getting the message. I don't know how you could live here and be breathing the smoke and not understand that we're at risk. we've been fortunate, but we plan for the worst.
Thanks, Valerie. It occurs to me as you're saying this, I agree, and I'm grateful to hear that people should know not to let the guard down. But you know, every season that we don't have a big fire in this area means we're building up more fuels for the inevitability at some point. So, you know, every season we don't have a fire in the area, it makes me realize the need to mitigate just becomes even more necessary. And I'm hoping that message gets through.
Yep, we definitely want people to understand how to mitigate their risk. And I know you talk about it a lot, Greg, you know, just doing basics around your home to clear brush and things like that. And then if all else fails and the fire still comes your way, we need you to move quickly. So you need to do evacuation planning as well. So there's a couple different components to it.
Okay, thank you, Valerie.
Thank you. The next request comes from facilities, and it's for the county share of the North 40 Fire Station roof replacement. And Jody will present this one.
Good afternoon. Jody Smith, I'm the facilities director. And I actually have a couple of requests coming up here. The first one is the North 40 Fire Station. As you know, we lease the space for our 911 center there. In that agreement, we have a 19% maintenance agreement with them that we would be paying for any capital costs for that 19%. So with that, I had budgeted a roof replacement of $50,000 in 2021 or 2022. They have accelerated that project, and it has happened now. So overall, our 5-year, we'll take it off of the future years, and it will come in this year at $48,203. They've already contracted it. It's going to begin like probably today. So they're moving it forward. The alternative we have with them, if we don't want to fund this now, is that they would be willing to pay for it themselves, and then they would bill us next year for the funding. So either way, we'll have to pay for it. So that's why we're coming to you now. And that roof is leaking. It has been leaking before we moved in. It's a problem. Any questions?
George.
Yeah, so Jody, what's best in terms of cash flow given our budget season? Is it best to wait and pay them in 2022, or to break it up over 2 years? What do you recommend?
I'll let Connie answer that one.
We do have the fund balance in the capital fund to, or actually, I'm sorry, this one's in the general fund. We do have the fund balance to go ahead and pay our portion now when they're doing the project. But if the board would like to do another option, we could also do that.
George, my recommendation would be to go ahead and do it. It's going to be fund balance either way. It just it is cleaner to do according to the agreement.
Okay, thanks.
Just a quick question, Steve. Jody, just wondering out of interest, what sort of roof is it?
It's a TPO membrane roof. So it's a white membrane roof. It's not ballasted. Yeah, and when we moved in, we did a lot of antenna installation on there, meaning we had to do some penetration. And you know, they have a solar system up there. It's been needing to be done from all of the access that has happened over the years. Plus, I think that building's about 20 years old now, so maybe older.
Thank you.
Okay,
If there are no other questions, the next facilities request is the Public Health Space Planning and Design at Basalt River Park Building. Jody?
Thank you. So I have created a small little team to look at space for, to get them going on a remodel or a space allocation for the public health office. As you know, the Hope Palace restaurant their lease is coming up. They will be leaving after February 28th when their lease expires. That frees up about 3,000 square feet in that building. Our intent early on was, to create a space for some kind of affinity that would work closely with Mountain Family Health. Since that time, I know those conversations happened a long time ago, and then public health came on, and so it's a great mix to have that there. So this request is for $25,000 to actually start a planning of maybe getting our schematic and some design detail done, to really nail down what the construction costs are going to be. I did have a preliminary construction estimate done, and it's $800,000 for the interior, plus there's some exterior drainage, which is another $300,000. But by kicking this off with $25,000 now, we can get an architect and hopefully our CMGC construction services, pre-construction services, so we can really look at what do we need, what can we fit, and what has to be done, and then we can adjust that budget request that you guys are going to see for the 2021 budget, that it may not need to be the 2.3 that I'm asking for. It might be, or excuse me, 1.3. It might be just the 800,000. We just don't know code-wise what we need to do. What we do know is that space needs to be fully gutted, and then it's been there for almost 40 years, I'm guessing longer, as a Chinese restaurant. So, we will need to take it down to studs, get everything in compliance. And we still don't know if we can really get everything into that space. Excuse me, I'm sorry, $45,000.
I was going to say it's not.
So I'm asking for $45,000. But we don't even know if we need the space in Health One upstairs to fit the 14 private spaces for people to work. And again, our intention is to do very much what we did for the health services in Nan Suite, is make it all modular, make it all glass, make it everything to bring light in, but to create that privacy, because they do deal with some private matters that they need to be working with. And the plan is for that 14 staff, along with the meeting rooms and lactation rooms and restrooms, and none of that is in code compliance right now. So that's what we're looking at, is to start. We may end up, I'm guessing that if this is a $1 million project or an $800,000 project, that the architectural fees, once we get to the construction documents, we'll adjust it at that time. But I kind of wanted to get this started so that in January, when we start, when we're really getting into the details of the construction, that we can hit the ground running once they're out and get going on this. That's all I have.
Steve?
Patty?
Yeah, we've talked about, using this building for county needs for some time since we purchased the building. And the plan was to have some of our Up Valley services offered on a temporary interim basis down Valley, so people didn't have to drive up Valley for all of their needs. But, the new positions we hired in public health, a lot of them were term limited to 18 months, or, we were staggering that and reevaluating that as we move forward with COVID, or move backwards with COVID, whichever direction it decides to go. So I want to make sure we don't lose sight of the need for other county services to have room in that building. I think it's important. Again, I can't reiterate enough that the 14 positions, the new positions we hired, the contact tracers, et cetera, were temporary, term-limited kind of positions. So I want to make sure in the future we allow other county services to take some space in that building. To put out $1,800,000 to $1 million point something to redo that building for county space, I think we need to keep it open for other county opportunities.
And Patty, I think the space, as we've done with our other facilities, would remain flexible. I think there's an assumption that in the future there probably will be some growth, particularly following the pandemic. You know, either whether it's coming through the feds or state, but absolutely, I think that space can be designed flexibly, and we can look at it that way.
Thank you. I just don't want to lose sight of that, John, because I didn't hear it mentioned in Jody's presentation, but I think it's important to have it mentioned.
We've really been trying to do that with all our spaces, because we'll see what the future brings.
All right, thank you.
Kelly?
You know, I'm realizing we're pretty far over, so I'll just throw this question out there maybe for a future open discussion. But it seems to, anticipate a full return and opening of our offices. And so I'm just curious as to what the status of that conversation is, because right now I would expect that people are doing a lot of this work from home, and, you know, where does the facility need to come in and what timing? So I don't want to waste time on it now because we need to move on, but I'll just flag that for open discussion.
That's a really good point, Kelly. Thank you for bringing it up.
George? Maybe George still isn't raising his hand. Okay, let's move on. Thank you, Jody.
Okay, next is a housing software program, and I think Jody is also presenting this one.
Jody froze a minute ago, I think, didn't she? Oh, she's back.
Jody, you're muted if you're trying to talk.
I think Jody's having some technical problems, and so until she gets on, I'll just briefly mention that this would be coming out of the administrative part of the housing fund, and they've really seen the need to have a program that can better track and manage all of the costs associated with our employee housing units, especially in regards to the Phillips mobile home park, and also the rental revenue that's coming in. So this was involved, and housing and Jody also, to see what type of needs there were and identify a software program that could help to meet those needs. So this is a one-time cost. Though there would be an annual maintenance fee going forward, but the $25,000 is a one-time expenditure.
Right, and I'm back, Connie, thank you. Yeah, so I'm pretty much taking over the county managed and owned housing units. And then I'm now the liaison for the APSHA and for some of the on-site stuff with Phillips. And then Michelle McClinton is doing all the financials for that. So we've kind of absorbed that to free Phyllis up to help John do management stuff at the upper level. So yeah, this is $25,000. I do know that our maintenance costs in the future will be about $7,500 in the future, and we may not need this whole 25. I'm guessing we'll need closer to 10, but with the numbers that I got this morning. So we just really like to be able to track all of this in one place, have a really cohesive system where we can pull reports for you. There are 100 with the Phillips, this will help us because it has a module that does modular homes. We can put our commercial in there, and then we can do our housing units that are not at APSHA. So that's our goal. Right now, they're everywhere.
George?
Yeah, so my question, Jody or John, there's no way we can piggyback and utilize Home Trick?
So that's where BITS came in. I know that Melissa Jodas has been implementing Home Track with APSHA. We're such a smaller function of that that we want to stay with Yardi Breeze, which is a smaller function of the bigger Yardi. And the nice thing about this is that it is smaller, it will meet our needs, and it will download what we already have. So we don't have a whole lot of data entry to start over with. And yeah, and so it was a recommendation. We pushed back on that. We actually even looked to see if Munis could help take care of any of that in a module. We've analyzed all of it, and we believe that Yardi Breeze is the best function for us. So we did.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, don't see any other questions.
Okay. The next request is from Open Space and Trails, and it is the Redstone to McClure Pass Trail NEPA, and Lindsay is here.
And then Gary is here too for some backup, but hi, I'm Lindsay Utter, planning and outreach for Open Space and Trails. This is a request for the out-of-scope tasks that are part of our third-party NEPA process for the Forest Service. If you guys recall, this is us paying the consultants to help the Forest Service with their NEPA process. So the tasks are by request of the forest. Not sure if we can pull it up, but basically on the first page of the budget supplemental request is that table that outlines the out-of-scope tasks. First three are related to direct requests from Forest Service specialists. A lot of them are in response to the public comments because we started public comment in January and received a lot of great feedback from the public. So then they requested additional surveys and evaluations as part of the response to that public comment. The fourth out-of-scope task was public scoping comments. Originally, we were going to have open space help with that task, but then just to try to keep separation of church and state, I suppose, to keep everything to the consultant and have our staff interfere in anything, that we decided it would be more appropriate for ERO to continue on and to do that part of the process as well. They also have a lot more experience and are much more efficient at it than us. And then the fifth out-of-scope task is coordination with CDOT, because trying to understand what CDOT may require within the right-of-way and how that may or may not impact anything with NEPA regarding the Forest Service. There's been some initial conversations and coordination relating to that. So because of those out-of-scope tasks, then we are asking for an additional $49,500. You will see on the rest of the budget supplemental request is that we would need to update the scope to reflect the remainder of the work to complete the NEPA process. The Open Space and Trails Board reviewed this on Thursday, on September 3rd, and passed it unanimously. There was a lot of conversation about we all want to do a thorough process. Everybody involved wants to do a thorough process. There's been some changes in NEPA recently, and we're doing the old NEPA, and that includes multiple rounds of public comment and looking at a lot of resources. So we just want to make sure that we're all doing, the best job we can. So I think that covers it. Do you guys have specific questions? I can give a quick update on the schedule. Is that because of COVID and because of forest fires, things of course are a little bit behind, but that next month we're meeting with CDOT in the field, and then that will give an update on when the draft NEPA document would be released. But either way, we are going into 2021 with the process.
Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Lindsay. Hi, Gary. Nice to see you both. I guess my concern was just, looking at it and seeing it was about a 38% increase in the anticipated cost. I know, as you described, there's some, additional excess costs based on, the scrutiny that's required to do this. So that does make sense. Was there an original budget presented by the Forest Service to do this, and have they just gone way over what they anticipated, or it just seems like a surprise, when that happens. So I was wondering, is there any elaboration you can give us on that?
I think that the public comment in the Crystal created the need to study and analyze things that they didn't anticipate in the get-go. So that part of it, I think for sure, was probably beyond their original estimates. But then also, like I said, for the public scoping comments, our staff was originally going to help with that portion of it, and then we decided it'd be more appropriate if ERO did that part. So that was, more of a reflection of us changing the direction. But the bulk of it has to do with additional resource studies coming out of public comment.
Got it. Okay. I guess the question I would ask is just, not that I expect an answer now, but it's just going forward, are we going to anticipate this sort of thing, the necessary level of scrutiny all the way through in future budgets?
For other NEPA projects or for other, Well, yeah. This project right now, they are almost to a draft document. So then the comments coming in would be on that draft document. But yeah, future NEPA process is to be determined at that time. It's hard to, NEPA right now is, with the current administration going through changes that may or may not impact how in the future anything we do with the forests looks. It's kind of hard to answer right now.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. I don't see any other questions right now. Thanks for bringing this to us. It's kind of we haven't had an update on that for quite a long time, so get a little bit of a snapshot here.
Yeah, well, thank you guys.
Thank you, Lindsay. One last request, and that is a fund balance transfer, just moving budget from the general fund to the public health fund. When COVID hit, the county manager's office was extremely nimble with their staff jumping into many different roles that they didn't have before. And one of the changes and shifts that they had was having Kara Silbernagel move to spending a good amount of her time with public health and assisting them. This request simply moves part of her salary budget from the general fund to the public health fund and moves some advertising budget from the general fund to the public health fund. So it's a net zero request, just realigning our budget to match what staff is doing now. Any questions?
Okay, I don't see any, Connie.
Okay, well, that was our last request today. I know that was rather long. There's been a lot going on, as you can see. We'll bring this back to you tomorrow for reading of the budget resolution.
Thanks, Connie. Thanks for making it easy.
Thanks.
So looking at our schedule, we are way behind time. We still have COVID-19 update and ballot initiative discussion, prep for the joint meeting with the P&Z and future agendas, and then open discussion. And we don't have anything coming after. We could run over a little bit from our time, but I could use a 5-minute break right now, and I don't know, John, how long would you need for your COVID-19 update, do you think?
Only 2 or 3 hours, Steve, but no, I'll shorten it up. Just hit the data and the high points and try and get us closer to schedule.
So that's just an hour, right, John?
I'll try for 15 minutes. How's that?
Okay. Kelly?
Yeah, I may need to jump off a little bit early today, given the time change where I'm at. But I also wanted, I wanted to maybe suggest if the board would like to reschedule our ballot initiative conversation, because the materials that I put together didn't go out to you all to review in advance of our conversation. So I guess it just would depend on how much research time you would all need. We would be fumbling through this all together. You know, I don't think anyone has a formal presentation to say, this is what this group thinks, this is what this group thinks. So that might be a way to save time today, though I think we should try to handle that quickly in terms of if we were to postpone that.
I agree, Kelly, and I have some information I got from Northwest Cog about Gallagher that I didn't get a chance to hand off. It's just a one-pager. I wasn't sure where it should go, so who do I send it to? To you, John, or who's putting this ballot question stuff together for us?
Well, I have to give Kelly a big thank you because she really jumped in and did that. But yeah, why don't you send it to me, because I'm adding in comments to the spreadsheet that's been forwarded to all of you, Patty.
Okay, I'll send it off.
Someday we'll have Kara and Michaela back.
I know.
But thank you, Kelly, for putting that together.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly.
So real quickly, and then I'll go to George. Maybe during future agendas, we could maybe figure out a time slot we could move that into next week.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in addition to sort of the state ballot issues, we've got a couple of local ones, and I don't know, we may have time today, perhaps to just touch on one of them, the River District one, if Ely's available.
And those are they're local as well as the River District. But we could, I think John was planning on being on today if you wanted to tackle one of them, and I think the River District is one that you are familiar with.
Right. That's why I would suggest trying to do that.
I don't have a problem getting that one off the table. I think we know where
I feel
we're
you're
going to go.
time change, Kelly.
Let's do a 5-minute break right now, and then we'll come back. And John, then you could have a little more time on the COVID thing. We don't want to cut that short if there's important things you need to be telling us about. So we will come back, well, let's say 2:50. We start at 2:50.
Okay,
Are we
welcome
on,
back.
Patty?
Yeah, welcome back. This is a continuation of the Tuesday, September 8th Board of County Commissioners work session agenda. I am in the meeting room introducing our chairman, Steve Child, to take it away for the remainder of our meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Patty. During our break, I had to go out and shovel our walk. It was pretty deep snow.
And bring the cows in. And
I had to get my skis out to wax them too. So next up, we have our weekly COVID-19 update from John Peacock. John?
Thanks, Steve. And I know since we're running behind and we're going to do a little bit of a ballot issue stuff, I'll try and be quick here, but just want to give the board an update on data, a little preview of what's happening with the coronameter, give an update on state coordination, and then answer questions. So on our website right now, we update the coronameter twice a week. We are sitting at the high level of the blue zone, but as I'm going to share with you in a minute, that will probably change. It looks like our coronameter is going to be kind of moving a little bit between the blue and the yellows. This is a little bit busy, but I just want to, this is from our last update of the coronameter that had us in the blue zone, just barely. We had a measure of 49 to today, and you'll see some highlights where numbers are shifting if you look at the daily update today. And so we're anticipating a move. Our total cases are moving up into the moderate, as is community spread. Our percent of out of jurisdiction remains very high. And then new cases in Garfield and Eagle County over a 14-day period are shifting. They're pretty close here to high. And if you look at today's report, they're moving into the high. PCR positivity rate, which was below 5%, looks like it's moving towards the moderate. So as we update the coronameter this week, it's most likely that we'll be moving from the blue to the yellow. And I think what you'll see is as we have cases or changes in positivity rate, that coronameter is going to move between the low and moderates and hopefully stay on the left side of the dial, frankly, rather than moving to the right side of the dial until all of these numbers are showing significantly below the low standards. So this is just a way to look at where the coronameter measures, that's a tongue twister, are right now and where they appear to be trending. Similarly, new daily cases, again, you can see that July, following July 4th bump, and then in August it's gone down fairly significantly. Testing, I think this number is going to continue to go up. This is as of September 6th. We have had some lag in test results. But again, our positivity rate, you see this kind of spike coming in July, and then in August, you see that dropping off. And these are all tests conducted at AVH and includes all positives regardless of county of residence. Aspen Valley Hospital remains comfortable on all of the metrics in their matrix, inpatient hospitalization, average daily visits to the ED, respiration evaluation center, and community testing. and then also with their essential healthcare workers who are out with COVID-like symptoms. So we remain in good shape there. State of Colorado, I think all of you have probably seen this in one format or another. The state is looking at a new matrix. It's very similar to what we've done with our corona meter. We are working, Public Health has a draft crosswalk between the state's proposed matrix and ours, so hopefully we'll be able to share that at a future meeting. But the goal of the new state matrix is to place each county at 1 of 5 levels. And the 5 levels are metric driven, and then there are mitigation requirements that are suggested for each one of those levels. The main measures, similar kind of categories, are looking at new cases, percent positivity, stable or declining hospitalizations, stable or improving daily case count. There's a qualitative piece here that they're asking counties to evaluate risk factors. So for example, we might consider holidays where we're gonna have a lot of visitors to be a higher risk environment that's upcoming. And then as you get into the safer at home, right now there are 8 metrics to qualify for protect our neighbors. You have to meet 4 of those to be at safer at home. The state has been collecting feedback and is supposed to be rolling out a final version of this matrix either this week or next week. And this is language from the state slideshow. Right now, at least based on the draft matrix that was distributed, we'd be at the safer at home level 1. And the mitigation measures right now are generally aligned with what we're doing in Pickens County at this level. In some cases, I think we're actually more restrictive. Other items, ski industry guidance. State guidance is expected this week. In fact, CDPHE indicated that they may be introducing state guidance for ski areas at the CCAT meeting tomorrow. Is it Kelly and Greg who are CCAT, or is it Kelly and Steve? I can't remember who's on CCAT.
It's me. And that meeting tomorrow is at 4 o'clock instead of at 2:30, so I think we have a high likelihood of we'll be done with our meeting by then and be able to attend it this week.
Good. So we're anticipating that they'll be providing some at least draft guidance for the ski season. We have been in touch providing staff feedback, but we have not seen any drafts or such at this point. So we are looking forward to getting that. We're also in conversations with the state, as our other rural resort areas, about case investigation and contact tracing, surge capacity, how the state can work with us, particularly during the winter months, to address outbreaks. The state has informed us that we'll need to do some additional work on isolation and quarantine planning, particularly for those who may not be in condition to isolate or quarantine at higher elevations and need to be moved to lower elevations. So we're starting those conversations internally. The state feels like they will not have capacity to support all local jurisdictions or mountain communities with those efforts. We talked a little bit about the safer at home gradient metrics. Again, we expect to see those. I don't know if we will, sorry. Steve,
Yeah,
the question.
I have a question for clarification on what you just said. So the state has informed that they do not have capacity to help us with isolation and quarantine of cases that require a lower elevation health response. Is that only for Pickens County residents, or does that also apply to the cases that they own for out of county or out of state visitors?
It sounds like it applies for all of the above, and I think there's an expectation that we'll have more responsibility this year for some of the out-of-state. International is a question that we have in and still need to get feedback from the state on how international cases will be handled. But I think what they're anticipating, they were able to provide that support last March and April, but that's of course an environment where there were a far more limited number of cases, and so they do not feel
sure, but they have a far higher allocation of millions and millions and millions of dollars of federal funds that the state kept. So this is really disappointing.
Yeah, so that we're still working on the coordination with the state on these issues. So we're gonna be working on that and what our plan is for those isolation and quarantine issues. And then, Greg, I know you always ask about the contact trace software. They did select a product called Dr. Justine. We are still, we are a beta test site, and we're still waiting for information. They expected to get more to us this week on that. So hopefully we'll be, we'll let you know as soon as we hear. But they have made the selection. I believe they have contracted, and hopefully we'll be starting to roll that out here in the next week or two. There, I promise I shortened it up a little bit during our break to get us back on track.
Steve, can I make one quick comment, please?
Yes, Patty.
John, on their coronameter version of our coronameter version, I just think it's interesting to note their arrow points to the good to the right, and I think ours points the opposite way.
You know what? You are exactly right, Patty. I will mention that we purposely looked at like tachometers on cars in which direction they went.
Well, because I'm looking at it going, oh, wait, it's the other way around. So yeah, that's the one thing that jumped out at me. So take that in mind when you look at it. Yeah.
Oh, that's, no, that's great. Thank you. And I know there's some comments that we received. There's concern about the level 1 safer at home being in green, sending the wrong message that, you know, you can loosen up more versus protect our neighbors.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I know I went through that. I hopefully went through that pretty quickly for you.
Good job, John. I'm impressed.
I do have a question. John, for the caseload, are we seeing anything attributable to school? I guess schools haven't really started yet, but
yeah, we're concerned about the movement of the coronameter, what's happening in the community, and particularly the level of community spread, and you know what that might mean as schools do come back. But outside of what you've seen with the preschool, and you know that was an area where I think the district exercised a lot of caution because they did have the kids in cohorts and such, and could had the option to manage that way. But I think went the extra step of closing down. Nothing for schools yet, but we are working closely with the schools to coordinate contact tracing as well as testing. It does look like we will, and this is one of the things that came up in relation to CARES Act dollars from Snowmass, who is interested in working with us to keep our capacity enhanced with consumer protection and case investigation, and that will help us enhance those services to the school. So that's something y'all will be seeing soon.
And another question that I had was, the state was pretty excited about some 48-hour testing turnaround times, and we're publicizing that. And I'm wondering if our testing times, given that many of them go to I assume the same labs, are also starting to decrease, or what the issue is there. If there's
it's staying pretty consistent, Kelly. It's at 2.83 days now, and we'd like to see it at that 48 hours. I don't know what sample the state was talking about, and which turnaround times they were speaking to on that, but ours is still not above 3 days, but it's not at that 2 or below that we're looking for yet. And that's over a 14-day trend. So, and it's been pretty consistent, at that 2.8 something days.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else?
John, are there any updates on the orders having to do with scarlets?
No, not at this point. I see John Ely's on. I don't know if he's heard anything more while we've been in the meeting, but the closure order was issued over the weekend pursuant to violations that were observed Friday, particularly Friday and Saturday. The owner has an opportunity to appeal that closure decision, but to my knowledge, we have not received any communication or request to do that, unless, John Ely, you've heard anything different today.
Steve, I have a comment on that real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Patty.
Unless John Ely has a comment before me.
No, I haven't heard anything different. That's all I was going to put into the mix. The only status that's liable to change in the near term is Over Easy, which is an associated business with Scarlet.
Yeah, thanks, John. I just want to make a comment, and that's, I feel badly for the employees, but for people to be, contacting us or the Board of Health or Karen or John, I don't know who else, and saying that we need to look out for their employees, I'm sorry, I'm going to just say it. Andrew Sandler, he should have been looking out for his employees. It's not our fault that he got this situation going, and the employers are the ones that are really put caught in the crossfire on this. And I feel badly, but it really wasn't the county's doing. It was the owner of those properties, those businesses. And I wish there was something more we could do about that behavior, but we've tried.
Okay, I think we could move on now to the ballot initiative discussion. And John Ely, we were thinking we're not going to do the full ballot initiative discussion right now, but we were thinking that we could look at the River District one, look at a couple of our local things. So could you give us an update on the River District, or just a rundown of what is the ballot initiative?
The ballot initiative
recommendation for us?
Sure. See, the ballot initiative that is put forward by the River District this year is to increase their mill levy by roughly 100%. The question is a district-wide question, so it'll be on the ballot in 15 different counties. The election on the question will be coordinated from Grand Junction as the county seat for Mesa, which is the largest population center within the 15-county district. The comment period for offered comments by electors, either in favor of or in opposition to the ballot question, is underway now. The deadline, I believe, is the 18th for those statements to be filed with district representative, as it is with all district other district questions in the coordinated county election. There is no specificity as to what the money will be used for. It will go into a general operation fund for the district. There have been representations as to how it would be used potentially, but there's no restrictions on its use, at least none other than that it won't be used for fallowing irrigated land. That's about it as far as the question goes.
So can I have a point of clarification?
Okay, Patty, and then George.
Yeah, so so John, there's nothing specific that we can tell our constituents here in Pickens County that's going to be a direct benefit to those who are going to be paying this new increase.
No, there is no commitment to spend any of the revenue within Pickens County or for any objectives that are important to Pickens County as expressed through the BOCC or other representatives of the county.
So can we as Pickens County submit comments to that, pretty much stating that, so it's on the record that that is of concern to us?
The BOCC can express any opinions that it would like to express. As far as putting statements of opposition or statements in favor of a particular ballot question like this, only registered electors can do that.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, John.
George? I can't think of any other special districts that have mill levies associated with them for funding that are not elected boards. Am I right or wrong on that?
Well, there are water conservancy districts within Pickens County. The Saltwater Conservancy District is one. West of I Conservancy District is another. I'm trying to think if there's a third. I'm not sure if there is any other. Those particular boards have fixed mill levies and they are operated by boards that are not elected as well. So I guess other than boards interested in water issues or water management issues and allotment contracts, perhaps, I can't think of any other.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. It's just sort of just in terms of water organizations. I mean, that would be, I think, to tag on to Patty's concern or question, to give this organization that increase in mill levy without any, really any accountability. The public really has no the board, that board really has no accountability to the public in terms of how they are going to be utilizing those funds. And I think that should be a concern for us and for the public.
Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah. John, I was like pulling up some old emails, so I'm sorry if you mentioned this, but I know we had received some, the board had received some communication from folks who, you know, we know in the community care deeply about water issues and have worked really hard, even on our Healthy Rivers board, on behalf of our water issues, and are supporting this, or were at the time anyway. And the way that it was presented was that, you know, a diverse community of groups helped to put together the implementation plan that is setting forth the details of how this mill levy would be spent. But then, John, in my communications with you, I understand that while that plan has some good projects worthy of support, it is not binding because it's not referenced in the ballot language. Is that correct? So that plan is sort of, you know, not referenced for the voters' review and subject to change in the future, or to be ignored.
Okay.
Is that right?
Okay. That was part of the discussion when the board for the River District authorized the question to be certified to the various counties within the district, and that type of a commitment to either the implementation plan or to some other slate of projects or concerns or any other type of restriction on the use of the funds was rejected.
Okay, so that was brought to the board for consideration to make that binding, and the board voted it down, or other members on the board voted it down. Yeah.
Okay, any other thoughts? John, is there any way we could get money for water projects from the River District, from the funds that they collect through the mill levy?
The River District does not have a program of granting money similar to the Healthy Rivers program here in Pitkin, but they do align themselves with projects and efforts in various areas of the River District. So I think that the county being able to recover actual money to be spent on projects or endeavors that we're involved in is very slim. So the question becomes, would the River District participate in any projects that the county is interested in, Pitkin County? There's always a chance of that, but there is no there's no ability to fix that participation. It's simply decided issue by issue or project by project by the River District itself. In the past, for example, the River District has been concerned virtually primarily with trying to increase supply through projects or administrative procedures for water consumption while not being involved in projects or processes for augmenting in-stream flows, for example. That type of an emphasis has not been found with the River District.
Steve, I have another question.
Patty?
Yeah, John, is there any way to estimate or guesstimate how much money Pitkin County through the mill levy increase would be putting in to the overall budget for the water district? I know that we have such high property values here, and maybe what the percentage of that new increase would be that's coming from Pitkin County?
You know, I could calculate that. I don't know it off the top of my head. I can tell you that Pitkin, along with Eagle County, are the highest contributors to the River District. Mesa County and Garfield at one time were relatively high, but have fallen off with the reduction in gas production in those two counties. The percentage of it is for Pitkin, especially given Pitkin's size and population, is pretty disproportionate. We do contribute way more percentage-wise based on our population and our size, certainly.
Right. I just think that's of note. When you're talking that we have no guarantee that we're going to get any benefit out of this mill levy increase, but if it passes, because it's voted on by 15 counties, we will be paying a larger percentage of these monies, but getting no reciprocal benefit.
No guarantee of any particular.
Yeah, I think that's important for the voters in Pitkin County to know.
Kelly?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. What is the hazard for the River District if this fails?
The hazard for the district is that it will be limited to the existing mill. They claim that is insufficient to conduct adequately their operations, but have not specified how. The River District can always come back at any time, just like any district, and offer up a different question or even the same question, again, for voter consideration. So there is no long-term downside. In fact, the outcome of this question or any question in the future is dictated by the opinion of the voters. So if this question fails, another question can come back, or the same one offered. If it passes, there's nothing stopping a future request for an increase or anything else. So, but as far as an immediate negative impact to the district, it's really impossible to identify any one particular negative impact, simply because there's no particular positive impact associated with the mill increase. In other words, no particular project. That this will be accomplished if we have additional funds, or these funds will be directed toward this particular project. And without that, without the tax increase, without those funds, this won't be accomplished. There has not been a discussion like that. So without tying the money to a particular purpose, not having the money doesn't equate to a loss of a particular, goal.
And then my other question was, do we know of what organizations are endorsing this? We had received a letter from someone who's on the Western Resource Advocates group, who we generally are aligned with, but I don't know if they have formally endorsed the proposal or others.
Yeah, I don't know if they have formed an opinion, but I do know all the other counties in the district have voiced support, if not taken a formal action of support. And I know that many environmental organizations have endorsed the increase. I have not heard of any, certainly not any widespread recommendations for failure or to not approve the ballot question. But I don't know what opinions might be out there against it.
George?
Yeah, I'm surprised. In essence, we're just giving the River District an open checkbook. I remember then when RAFTA put forth ballot issue 7A for the 2040 plan, which was a multi-jurisdictional initiative. They laid out a specific plan how those dollars would be used, and the benefit for every municipality and every county that was a member jurisdiction of RAFTA. And here you've got the River District that just say, oh, well, we're not sure how we're going to use these dollars, but we need them, so vote yes on 7A. And I have a problem with that, and I don't know if the rest of the board does, and if so, perhaps we should voice our opinion on that, and at least let our residents know how we feel, and perhaps tried to engage some of our other neighboring counties, and they have similar concerns, whether it be Eagle County or La Plata or San Miguel.
I agree with George.
La Plata and San Miguel are not in the district, but
Oh.
to George's comment, I mean, typically that's how we in Pickens County see tax questions framed, with reference to a particular goal or project or something that is concrete to the tax increase or the tax measure toward. And so it is very unusual from a Pickens County point of view, that's for sure. And that comment was made through the River District as well, but they felt, as a whole, the district felt that it did not want to commit itself to expenditures of any particular kind, but to leave it, as written with no fixed commitments.
Steve, the only problem though with making our concerns well known outside of Pickens County is other counties may be encouraged to vote for it just because Pickens County is going to be paying more for it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, I have a suggestion. I mean, I think there is a way to frame our concerns that we don't have to make specific to Pickens County. There are concerns that can, I think, extend to everybody in the River District. And my suggestion would be that we formulate a, 200 to 500 word statement to that effect to submit as part of the Tabor notice. And even though we can't submit it as a board, all 5 of us could agree to it and submit it individually. And what will happen is the designated election official generally summarizes all the comments that they receive. And if we're the only ones that submit, which we may not be, but if they're identical, then that our message gets in there for the rest of the district members to read. And I do think a lot of people refer to that Tabor booklet before they make their voting decisions.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Kelly. So we do it in general. In general, are you concerned that you don't know where your money's going, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, no accountability.
Again, yeah, like George said, I mean, I think, what I've heard, at least from some constituents, is that the plan, the implementation plan has some really great ideas, and the fact that the language specifies recreation and conservation as one of the buckets of money, is good, but pointing out that implementation plan is not binding, and then the money, therefore decisions about the money get made by an unelected board who could, support that implementation plan in good faith, but could also not support it. And then there's, not a direct line of accountability when it actually comes to spending the dollars.
Yep.
So it's looking like we're getting lots of head nods and thumbs up statements in support of coming up with a statement that we could submit to be on the ballot information that we would have to submit individually, not as a board. John, could you or your office come up with that, like a one-page thing with bullet points on it?
Yeah, I think that the clearest path, though, for the board is to take that type of a position, and if it's agreeable to the board, then to adopt it as a position of the board. The board is free to act in a recommendatory fashion to the public at large, and certainly to Pickens County citizens, positions on election questions. But anything that's submitted to the question committee or its representative pursuant to Tabor is an individual effort. So what any individual person does is up to individual person. But the board is your actions are directed to an opinion that's expressed as a board in a way that complies with statutory norms. So we can put out a position statement for the BOCC to adopt, and then leave it to, anything else is up to individual discretion or individual action.
So that means, John, I could take the statement we do, take parts of it, put it in my own words, and submit it as myself.
Well, right. As an individual citizen, Patty, you can do any number of things, that's for sure, and that's one of them.
Don't tell me I can do whatever I want, John, because you've been telling me that for 18 years and it hasn't proven to be true yet. But I'm working on it.
All right. Well, we can take the board direction and bring something back, I guess next week. Is that?
Right, that was my question. Could we adopt that just at a work session, John? It doesn't have to be a formal resolution at a regular public hearing?
The agenda as a special meeting, and then we can adopt it as a resolution.
Oh, okay, so we should notice that as a special meeting for next Tuesday then.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep, all right, thanks.
Next Tuesday, it's already packed.
I certainly agree with this, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. And I want to make sure that we make the point that there's so much good that could come from something like this when it's well framed in the future. But right now, it just seems irresponsible, or something along those lines. I'm sure you'll do a great job with it. But I do want to make sure to accentuate the positive aspects of having, an entity like this doing something, but it just doesn't seem the right way at the right time. And I think the public would appreciate our candid message on this. So I'm looking forward to seeing this.
No, I appreciate that, Greg, because I agree. I mean, there's, celebrate the good where there is good. I just think there's a lot of uncertainty, involved in a proposal with the board that has not been a friend to us always in the past.
All right.
Thank you, John. Thanks in advance for working on that.
Okay.
So, George, you had mentioned a couple of local ballot initiatives, and I don't know if we're prepared to discuss any other, but did you have anything else?
No, my main concern was the River District, because the other ones are really not countywide. They're just different districts. So.
But George, we may be asked. I don't know if the school district, Aspen School District, will ask us for support for their ballot question. So should we just wait to see so we can weigh in on that? I mean, I don't know who. I know that we've been contacted about the wolf question, and that's a statewide, so we'll probably want to discuss that because we've been asked for our individual support, I know, for that. So I think that'll be part of the broader discussion. But I don't know what other local ones are on other than the River District and the school district.
Yeah, and the school district has asked us in the past to support, but our response was there's a lot of county residents that are actually paying into a different school district, and even though they could probably figure out prorated, it just didn't seem to be an issue for the entire county.
Okay, I can agree with that.
And I'll just note, you would have gotten a press release from Janice yesterday, I think, about all the other ballot measures, but the other local ones are Starwood has a question, and I don't remember what that is, and then Carbondale and Rural Fire also has a question. So again, those are subset districts within Pickens County.
Okay, let's move off of this subject and go to our preparation for the joint meeting with the P&Z board on September 15th.
Hey, Steve, I know Cindy was going to join us, and now we've actually gotten a little bit ahead of time, believe it or not. So just real quick, you all received a link to a spreadsheet with the remainder of the ballot issues on them. And there are some places for notes to be put in. I think everyone was given editing privileges, so we want to be careful about not amending that as an electronic meeting together. We need to discuss those ballot issues and do the research in a public meeting. So I just wanted to make sure we're aware of that procedurally. But there are there are a lot of ballot issues coming up on this ballot, and a number that have implications locally. So it would be good to be able to review those so we can have a robust conversation on positions, and we will try and find an hour for that coming up here soon.
John, where did that email come from, or when?
Well, actually, you probably got it twice. You probably got it from Charlotte once, and I think I tried to send it out. I had missed an email from Kelly right before lunch on that. So. And you didn't get either of them, George?
No, I think I did. I just have to find it. I just don't recall.
It should be the same thing.
At the
And
Tabor press release, was that the one, Kelly?
That's from Janice, but I would just, it would have come from John, I think, right around 12:30 or something. And he had sent a link to a spreadsheet that's in there. And then I also, so you'll have two links that you're looking for. You're looking for the spreadsheet that shows the list of all the ballot measures and then some associated comments and things. And then there's a folder, and in that folder I made subfolders about the very contested ballot measures.
I see it.
Okay, with information, pro and con statements and background information and stuff. So that's sort of like the homework aspect to it.
Okay, thanks.
And a lot of them are not contentious, or they don't have any formal pro and con groups or anything like that. A couple of them anyway.
Is this the one that says BOCC 2020 ballot tracker?
Mhm.
That's the.
Yeah.
That's the one. Okay, that came at 2:03 p.m. from John. Okay, I think I've got it here.
It's going to be a lesson
And
in computer technology for me, Kelly, and I appreciate it.
Just two links, that's it.
Okay.
Spreadsheet link and a folder link.
But I have like folder.
And I can like email them out, or have John email you, or Charlie email it to you.
And I believe Cindy has been able to join us now, if we want to move to the next item.
Okay, welcome, Cindy. So we are going to talk now about the joint meeting with the Planning and Zoning Board, which will be next week.
Great. We have prepared a memo outlining all of it. What is it that you wanted to cover today? The timing, or any of the...
I'm not sure the board got that memo yet.
No, we didn't.
That's not in the packet. So I think to go over the conversation that we're going to have and the goals of the meeting, Cindy, and make sure we're aligned on that before we go in.
Great. Well, the goals of the meeting, it's pretty simple. We wanted to download what we've learned from the public in our public outreach thus far. And we wanted to let you know what they've said relative to all of the topic areas that we set out to discuss relative to growth management, such as growth management scoring, the benefits of scoring, the topic areas of TDRs, rate of growth, pace, location of growth, all those things based on the vision statement that you had directed us to go out with and try to bring back to you. So we're basically bringing back to you and the community at the same time, the specifics of what the public outreach, what the public said relative to what you've already said and the P&Z's already said in the matrix that we saw months ago with you in our work session topic areas. that's the primary thing. We'd like to also find out from you whether or not you and the P&Z would like us, how you would like us to prioritize any of those topic areas relative to potential code amendments, or whether or not you would like us to bundle those together, and kind of the timing that you're looking for on that. There's a lot that could result from our discussions earlier with the P&Z, with the Board of County Commissioners, and with the public. There's a lot of potential code amendments that could result, or there are a handful that are relatively simple that you might find are the most significant and impactful for your goals. So we kind of want to talk about it all, go over some of the issues together, ask you for your prioritization and your timing. That would be what we would be looking for at the end of the day. Because if you look at your agendas going through to the end of the year, which we have done, you know, I've seen which ones would be necessary for us to get any code amendments on a particular schedule by the end of the year. If you want specific ones in that timing, or if you want us to bundle it and have a longer time frame based on other issues the board might want to deal with or package. So that's where we are.
So, so Cindy, yeah, can I just, I just want to remind everybody, this meeting is scheduled for 2 hours. That's a lot of information to cover. And I don't know about the rest of the members of the BOCC, but we have an event. It starts at 6 that night. So I don't know which other board members need to be on that Zoom event at 6 or not, or if it's okay to come in late and how much later. And I just am concerned, you know, we tend to get into discussions that go on for quite a while. And I just want to be mindful of the timing. Plus our day starts that day at 9 in the morning, so we're going to have had a long day, and that's a lot of information for one meeting with P&Z in a 2-hour time frame. I mean, I want to better utilize our time and P&Z members' time, but yeah.
As part of that meeting, we are also asking if you'd be, we realize it's a lot to go through, but we scheduled another October 6th joint meeting with the two boards. So that might be helpful, Patty, but I think that we are hoping that we could at least get started with the conversation, just from a timing perspective. But that's totally your timing, so you guys tell me.
I was just bringing it up to see how the rest of the board feels about what we have scheduled for the beginning of that day and the end of the day, and can we accomplish what you need to have accomplished in just that 2-hour meeting? It seems like a lot.
It is a lot.
When you have two boards sitting together to discuss things, that's a lot of time.
George?
Well, I think it's a starting point, and I think as Cindy said, there's going to be a follow-up in October, but this will at least provide the opportunity for Cindy to present the information to both boards, so we are all getting the same information at the same time. And if we only have time to make some preliminary comments around the table, that's fine, and we can have a follow-up. But I think it's important to sort of, Cindy and her staff has done a tremendous amount of 8 or 9 weeks putting this together with public input. And similar to the airport issue, it's time to sort of put it on our plates and work through it.
Well, George, I'm not disagreeing with that. I just want everybody to be cognizant that we have 2 hours to go through a lot of information, and that I know that there are certain members of the BOCC that have an engagement that starts that evening at 6. So.
Yeah, no, I understand, Patty, but as I say, even if Cindy uses 45 minutes to get the information out, it still gives us enough time at least to go around the table and to make some, again, preliminary comments. We don't necessarily have to make any decisions because we're going to have at least one follow-up or maybe more.
I don't have a problem with that, George, as long as we keep that focus that way. I think it's a great idea.
We'll try to be succinct. We have been thinking of this meeting for a while, and we'll try to make it succinct. And also, when you get your packet, hopefully it's going to be pretty clear. The matrix that we started off with, back, I want to say in maybe even March, but we had been working on with the P&Z for a while, and then brought to you, I think, in 2 work sessions. That same matrix, you'll recognize it. It'll just have a new category in it that has the public input in it. And that will be hopefully what most of our discussion will be around. And we'll try to be succinct with everything else, and with that as well. But hopefully it's packaged well for you.
Well, and I would just ask then, can we just note a 6 p.m. end time, in case we do just run over there tying it up at the end, but to manage the expectation that we're really trying to get it done by then, because we do have to move on to something else, would be helpful.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind starting at 4 to give them that full 2 hours, but I don't know if planning and zoning can switch their schedules and be on a meeting at 4 o'clock, but that would give the full 2 hours. I think we can adjust some things. That's a long day for us. Maybe we can get some wiggle room in there. Like board memberships, maybe we could postpone that.
I can look into the 4 o'clock start versus 4:15 and get back to Charlotte and John on that.
Okay, great. Thanks, Cindy.
Yeah, let's do that, and that's a great idea, Patty. If we can postpone the board membership reports and get into the P&Z meeting earlier, that would work, I think, well for all of us.
There's a blizzard outside. It is blizzarding outside, guys.
So thank you, Cindy. I think that's all we need. We know we don't want to add anything else to that agenda. We've got more than enough to cover.
And we really selected our information because we have so much to share with you. So hopefully the 6th will work as well. So.
Great. Thanks, Cindy, for all the work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy, and Ellen and Zach on there too. Okay, moving on to our future agendas. John, do we have anything, I mean, we know we have some things we need to figure out here to make some 1-hour time slots in that are already oversubscribed, kind of.
Yeah, so just a couple of things. We've been working with City of Aspen on the joint meeting. It's looking like it's going to happen on December 1st, so we'll have plenty of time to prep for that. And then, Patty, we are having a lot of difficulty figuring out a 3-hour block to replace that October 27th budget meeting. We're without pushing the process out. The 3-hour blocks are just hard to find. We are hoping that may be an ACRA meeting. You may be able to miss to participate in the budget. I am sorry. We've been looking, and it's been really challenging.
Well, I understand, John. It's just hard for me when things are planned, when I have meetings that I'm appointed to those boards that are scheduled. You know, I'll just have to, because then I have to submit comments in writing, and I have, you know, it's just a different presentation, and but I'll work around it. It's just in the future, it would be nice to take. Yeah, I'll work around it as I usually do, but you know, it's you know, can only be one place at one time.
Well, we're working on that.
That's okay. Let's just keep it on the 27th, and I'll just I'll call ACRA and let them know.
All right, thank
Patty,
you.
don't feel bad. I think that all of us have skipped meetings of other organizations that we are appointed to be at a meeting that we were elected to at a BOCC meeting, and we've all had to do that occasionally. So
Well, Steve, I
Wouldn't be
understand that,
the-
it's just this one is always booked on this Tuesday of every month. It's not like it's something that comes up new, it's always there on that date and that morning. And when Michael Owsley sat on the board, we jumped through hoops to rearrange things. But I will be a trooper on this one, and I'll let Debbie Braun know that I'll try and submit some kind of member comments before the meeting.
Thank you, Patty.
No problem, John.
And then I know we were looking at the 15th as having some challenges on it. I am not seeing actually our airport meeting on there right now.
Airport meeting on the 15th starts at 10 o'clock and runs until noon. We have exec session starting at 9 in the morning, and then we go till 6 in the evening.
So we could move out board membership reports.
Yeah, and start the P&Z meeting at 4. We just asked Sydney if she'd look into that.
Yeah. And then, Patty, I think you were saying there might have been some other issues on the 15th.
No, I think that was just was trying to get that P&Z meeting earlier. 15 minutes so that we could, those of us who are attending this other event can be off in time, or not as late as we might be.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, it just makes for, it's a long day, but we put in longer days before.
What's that other event, Patty?
It's the Pickens County Democrats annual dinner, non-dinner.
Oh.
And I think Steve and Greg are both speakers at the event. Would you like the information, George? I'll forward it on to you.
No, I signed up for it. I just forgot the date, that's all.
Yeah. It's a Zoom, no dinner.
No, I know that.
That's all I've got on future agendas.
Kelly?
I don't know if we have to make this decision now, but I just want to flag for John, based on our progress on the airport, we may need to schedule another work session separate from our Tuesdays and Wednesdays, because I just note that we have like a future open space exec that, we would otherwise probably put airport time. And so that's pushing us into kind of middle of October after next week. So we're kind of building some momentum here, and I just would suggest thinking about how far we'll get next week, and then if we need to build in more time or not.
Thanks, Kelly. That's a good suggestion, and I would err on the side of needing more time.
And John, if you need to schedule one, what is it, the 20-something of October, I need to be in Denver, but if we schedule it in the morning, I can rearrange my travel plans, hopefully, to be here in the morning.
Okay. And, yeah,
if that date just happens to come up.
Okay. Yeah, we will look at the calendars
Okay.
and talk next future agendas. I'll get together with Rich.
All right, thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing else for future agendas, we have board open discussion items. And John, do you have anything for board open discussion?
Steve, thank you. Sorry I'm missing the snow.
Okay, do any members have anything you want to bring up? Greg?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Steve. Just regarding the trash on the highway, I know we've got some news, I think, coming to us that actually the CDOT and Dalwhinnie may actually be planning to do some highway cleanup. But in the meantime, the airport staff rallied last week and went out, and Rich and I joined them, and maybe some other people as well from other parts of staff, and cleaned up an immense amount of trash along the highway in the airport down toward the Shale Bluffs area. And we got some great photos, and I can't wait to see them published. And maybe a story. I did have a call. I think Patty may have also from Andre about doing just a story that we're trying to take care of this situation, which should be handled by CDOT and Dalwhinnie. So I just wanted to say look forward to it, and I'm looking forward to the next cleanup because there are other areas on the highway that are still pretty bad down near the landfill, and it'd be nice to extend that down there if we can, if there's employee time. Safety's a big issue. The guys driving the trucks for the airport with the flashers were saying that they were shocked how fast people were coming up on them on the highway. So it'd be great to be able to have some support from the sheriff and state patrol and whoever else we can get to help us do this. But it has to be done. And so I think Brian said that he's going to hear from the CDOT that they're actually doing something about cleaning up the highway next. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, Greg, I'll add on to that. I did meet with Andre yesterday evening, actually. I gave him, John Peacock, some of the bullet points that we had sent on to Kathy Hall, right? About our concerns, that letter that we actually never really heard back from CDOT, but that Brian Pettit had been in touch with them again recently. So I think Andre was going to try and get a hold of Brian today just to clarify some of the information and what's going on and where we stand now. Andre, for some reason, had never noticed those signs, so I brought him a picture of one. I know, I mean, how could you not notice those billboards on the highway? He thought it was interesting that there was the mention of Colorado cannabis at the bottom of them. He said a great thing to be advertising along the highway, which I had to agree with him on. So Greg, I don't know if you're going to get a chance to talk to him. He did postpone his deadline for that story because he had a lot of other things that came up yesterday.
Well, good. I may call him because you two are very gracious, and I think the headline should read, Dalwhinnie makes off with free advertising while county, collects 125 bags of trash. It was not a small amount of trash. It was a lot. And they are, CDOT should, I'm disappointed in them. Like, this whole program has fallen apart at the seams at expense of our scenic view sheds and our cleanliness of our highway. And I'm super annoyed by it. So I was hoping Greg was going to report that CDOT and Dalwhinnie came to an agreement to remove the billboard.
That's what I thought he was going to say.
Oh, gosh. No, I think we have to do that. But I'm not going to talk about that print plan at all. But the other thing I was going to say, it had occurred to some people during this cleanup that we could just implore the public, rather than throwing your litter out the window, take it to Dalwhinnie directly. And that's all I have to say about that for now. We'll see what Andre comes up with. I did speak with him.
I have a question about the Dalwhinnie obligation. Okay, they have several signs here and there. What are they actually obligated to have pick up? Is it all of the Highway 82 in Picken County? Is it only certain stretches? What is the program actually?
Yeah, so Steve, it's actually it's through Adopt a Highway Maintenance Corporation, which I think is a corporation out of California that CDOT has contracted with. Dalwhinnie sponsors sections of highway. They pay, I believe it's a monthly or annual fee to the Adopt a Highway Maintenance Corporation. A portion of those funds are then to be used to hire people to pick up trash along the highway. Now, they've reported that they've had people out there every month on those sections. I don't think that has been our community's experience at this point, but Dalwhinnie's responsibility is to basically purchase a section of highway, cut the check, and then it's a contractual arrangement between Adopt a Highway Maintenance Corporation and CDOT for the actual cleanup.
And of note too to that, John, the section that Dalwhinnie has posted is the section that Pickens County volunteers to clean up, because the Dalwhinnie sign is about 3 feet in front of our Pickens County Adopt a Highway sign, which is right at Shale Bluff.
So are there stretches, does the Adopt a Highway maintenance company clean all other stretches of the county, even though it's not advertised by any particular establishment? No. For instance, down through Snowmass Canyon or down by Lazy Glen, where Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus has been cleaning a 1 mile stretch of highway down there. There's a lot of uncertainty that we don't know whether to plan on continuing that, or do we need to make a big splash about it and go ahead and clean it and use it as publicity for a better way to clean the highways than the Adopt a Highway maintenance company do?
They only clean the section of highways where Dalwhinnie's signs are.
It's only the sponsored sections of highway, and I would probably need to do, I looked at this, gosh, it seems like forever ago that we sent that initial email, and I had looked at what was sponsored. I can't remember what is and is out of their sponsorship right now.
It does appear that they don't really have any contract supervision or enforcement, because I'm skeptical that Dalwhinnie's been out there more than 1 or 2 times in the months that this has been established. So we'll hopefully we'll see some results, and Brian may have more to say on it. I'm sorry we didn't find out. I think he sent us a letter on the topic, but I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah. Well,
on the same topic, I had written a letter to, to Julie McCluskey, Representative Julie McCluskey, about our 4 legislative priorities for Pickens County, just to keep her up to speed on what we're asking for through CCI. And one of those was state legislation to deal with this issue of the billboards. You have to call them billboards. It's advertising, and one of the issues, it's advertising of a marijuana business, which there wasn't supposed to be any advertising along state highways for that. So it's, I think we still need to pursue the state legislation and to help solve the problem. I have one other issue, just a brief one. As you know, we have a new veteran service officer who is, I think, still doing his training right now, but will be actively engaged with our local veterans in the county very soon. And I had received an email from Samuel Landerscapper to have inviting commissioners and other elected officials to attend they're all going to be virtual meetings now. The coffee and donuts things is a once a month meeting, but what they want to do is have more of a topic at each meeting, like it might be just meeting an elected official and having the veterans be able to ask questions of the official, or someone could make a presentation about something to the veterans. They want to get more participation from the veterans. The meetings that I had been attending in person, we might have 5 veterans at the coffee and donuts during the 1 hour time that I could be there during like a lunch break from our meetings. And we have hundreds of veterans in the county and only 5 were participating. So the goal is to increase the level of participation. So I told Samuel I'd be interested in, doing one of the, signing up to be the featured speaker at one of them. Any of you are welcome to do that at any time. If you're interested, you could either let me know or just let Samuel know that you'd be willing to meet with the veterans at one of the monthly meetings. and they're typically towards the end of, well, they were always on a Tuesday when we have our meetings, so I could only go just from 12 to 1, but with them being Zoom meetings, maybe there's more latitude in what days the meetings actually will be held. There's not so much meetings as, you know, the coffee and donuts was more of an informal thing. They just want to try to make it more with a formal presentation and question and answers of the presenters. So the invitation's extended to all of you. If you're interested in it, you could let Samuel know. So does anyone else have any questions about that or any other open discussion items? Greg?
We received an invitation a while back to sign on to the bonding bill for oil and gas that Senator Bennett was putting forward, and I thought we all had already done this, and I realized maybe we hadn't, and so I think Michaela has it. It's something that we could consider signing jointly or individually, just to support a bonding bill to cover the actual cost of oil and gas development with GAO. And if you haven't seen it yet, I'll apologize because it crossed my desk at least once, and for some reason I thought everyone had already had it. So I'll send that forward again, and maybe something as a board we could sign or individually, but I'll make sure you all see it.
Thanks, Greg.
Any other open discussion items? And if there are not, this work session is officially over. We meet at noon tomorrow for our regular meeting. All the land use items on there have been continued, except for the one we have to spend a couple of minutes reconsidering one because we didn't have a second on the motion to continue the one item. Other than that, I think it will be a short meeting tomorrow, so we give us all a little bit of a break from long meetings. So thank you all for being here today. Thank you, Grassroots TV, as always, for putting our show on the television and being there in the studio with
Keep
Patty
track of us.
holding down the floor.
You know, Steve, on a quick
Good night.
note,
See
Greg,
you tomorrow.
go ahead, Kelly.
Gonna go have some family time. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, bye. So Greg, real quick, if you want to send us that bonding, Senator Bennett stuff tonight, since tomorrow's a short day, maybe we could discuss it in open discussion tomorrow and move it forward.
Great. Thanks, Patty, and I will.
Okay,
Doing it right
thanks,
now.
Greg.
And I'll see you all tomorrow.
Okay, bye, guys. I'm gonna go have to find my car in the snowdrift, so. Walk through town.
Goodbye.